Good evening. Tonight, we're doing dailies again. Like every week. And we're doing it with Warrior. Something that I would like to highlight before we get too deep into the stream is you might be noticing that my camera looks like the camera looks a little bit different. Now you might be thinking, did he buy a new camera? No, he didn't. This genius here finally remembered to download the software for the camera. So now it looks a little bit different. I think it looks a little bit better. Hope you think so too. It should have a little bit less of the weird flickering in the background and stuff. Yep. Exactly, Coco. Genius. Like, just sometimes me is like you see a stream and I'm sitting here like writing math on the screen. Other times I'm like the only person on YouTube that can't make his camera work right. Like, absolutely genius moment here. Yeah, but as far as I can see, the lighting is a little bit insane and more like balanced now. There's a little bit less of the random flickering all over the screen. So I think it's like generally an upgrade. Now, hey Merfolk, hey Rust, hey Gazel, hey Ardell, hey Misuki Suki? Does that work? Oh, I haven't seen you before. Welcome to the stream. Hey Coco, hey Lemon, hey Zach, hey Kitsu, hey Cat Damon, hey Bob, hey Amokius, hey Warfare, hey Matthew, and hey Vyak. I hope you're all doing very well. We're basically going to be, as usual, for anyone that is new to these kind of streams, we're going through, we're going down the list of duty roulettes to just do some dailies. And I will specifically be skipping the main scenario one and the guild test one and the mental roulette, and these days I also skip the frontline one. After we've done the roulettes that we plan to do, I do the currently newest alliance raid, because that has like a weekly thing. And then we do, depending on time, but I do think we try to do P12, because that also has a weekly thing. So yeah. That's generally the plan. And thank you, Shiro. I think so as well. Not the guild tests. The most important one. Right. Let's see. I'm glad to hear that everything's alright again, Merfolk. I did hear that things weren't super great at your place. Dailies like every week. I mean... we also do some weeklies like every week. Has less flair, yeah, exactly. The thing is, I have, like, I grab, you might have seen this, like, once or twice on these streams, depending on how much you've seen, but you may have observed me, like, earlier in the year, where, like, left to grab a lamp or something, like an extra light to place there, and I'm pointing at the light. Like, I actually grab an additional light from the living room to have enough light. That isn't necessary now, like it's fine because of the software being in place, but I feel like it looks a little bit better. It balances out the light a little bit better, that there's like a little bit stronger light behind. But yeah, it's quite significant and really funny in retrospect that I didn't consider that maybe that was the reason why my camera looked weird all this time. You're smooth like Warrior main brain. But, like, actually, I will say, one of the benefits of having an incredibly simple rotation, like Warriors, is that you have a lot of free space to focus on trying to be big brain, because your rotation isn't big brain. It's quite wild. You guys must stop doing this. Yeah, so I have, as you can see, I have my body double here, Gazel, tricking everyone into thinking that I'm actually standing over there. When I'm actually here, you forgot to check the horns. You forgot to check the scaly phones, as I call them. Hey, James. Hope you're doing well. Right. See, Rust, as I'm running. We will start with Expert Roulette. So if you want to come along for Expert Roulette, come on over to me. And I will, of course, be tanking, so... That works. You mean healing? Emmanuel, hope you're doing well. You mean healing? I'm playing the rainbow tank. A little bit of everything. Hey, Eleven. Hope you're doing well. And off we go. And we're off to the races. Bonk. Yeah, Coco, I brought out the pink shirt. The fancy shirt. Although it might look a little bit more, like it might not actually look very pink with all the blue and white light in front of me. Can I get the Frost Beast stacked at all? Is that something I can do? No, I don't think I can. Move, Jelly! Move it! Nope, it's just not happening. It's the shark with legs. Everyone's favorite character. I was actually wondering, because often when you see a really weird, like a really weird looking boss, often it's like, oh, yeah, well, the reason why it looks like that is because it's a reference to this other Final Fantasy game where it is from. And I wonder if Endwalker here is from a different Final Fantasy game, or if it's actually 14 original. Does anyone know? Yeah, Sonic Boop. Sonic Bloop, even. Unfortunately, I feel like often in your average group, you don't even get to see it. Guys, throw so we can see it. Let's see. Maybe we'll see it anyway. The Endwalker was an actual ancient animal. Huh. Well, there you go. So you're saying this is actually a reference to real life? Or what? Either that or a monster. But it could still be a reference to something from real life. Like a mythical creature or something. It looks so insane that It's hard to believe, isn't it? It's mythology from where? Siren, remember to switch it to live chat and not top chat. And then you shouldn't miss anything. If it looked like that, I can believe it went extinct. It had problems finding a mate. I don't know why YouTube defaults to top chat. I have to change it every single time. Like I can see the benefit, but wouldn't it make more sense to have the default be live chat and then you can switch to the filtered chat of some sort if you need it? A little weird. Hey Silvermint, hope you're doing well. It's an Icelandic creature, huh? So then we have to ask Coco how you actually say Lyngbacker or what. We're talking about the weird fish creature with 4 legs that we were just fighting, Coco. Good luck, Silvermint. Hope it goes well. Mokia says his breath attack is me on the first day of the new year after drinking too much. Tidal breath. Yeah, that's true, Lemon. Congratulations on the 6-month badge. And thank you for supporting the channel for so long. I really appreciate it. 6 months bagel. I mean, then you could celebrate it with a bagel. You could do that. Wouldn't be the worst way to celebrate it. Six-month-old bagel. Maybe not that. Backer means back. Oh. So what's a lung? I assume when you say it means back, you mean like on its back, not like go back. Ow. Mold salad? Depends on where you got it. Wasn't there this thing with like a Big Mac that was just like stored for years and it just didn't deteriorate at all? Like it was just pristine as it was sold, despite how long it had been existing for. Ling is a type of flower, so it's called I know it would be a little bit deconstructive to call it flower back, but just more to say the kind of meaning it brings. I wonder what that has to do with it being like a fish with legs. Having a 6-month bagel is just like having a round brick. Actually, I'm pretty sure the 6-month bagel is the comedy tombstone warrior weapon. I'm pretty sure. Just 6-month bagel, kind of big, and then you just put lights in it, and there you go. I'll show you after the dungeon if you don't know what I mean. It's the true ultimate weapon. 6-month-old bagel on a stick. Does it cause poison? That would make sense. Well, or maybe not. If it's like literally a brick, then it would be difficult for it to cause much anything other than blunt damage, wouldn't it? It's the densest brick in all existence, or it has developed its own micro-society. We just have to make that micro society produce electricity, like a surplus of electricity, and then we're going somewhere. I like being in the middle. Maybe not that much, in retrospect. .1% chance of poison due to micro society. If it's 0.1%, then it better hit really hard if it actually works. Do the thing, Octomammoth! Are you doing the thing? And we do the long run, the long run. Uh-oh. I thought it would do way more damage. Wink. Oh! Thank you, Warrior 5! And a puffin! What is the reward for that again? A title. That's pretty good. Accidental achievement. Apparently I play Warrior a lot. I can play Warrior about twice as much as I play Dark Knight, apparently. And, like, 6 times more than I play Gunbreaker in dungeons. And about twice as much as Paladin as well. Apparently I play Warrior a lot. Thank you, Guy. It's just that I happen to play Warrior a lot in dungeons that causes this, I think. Thank you. And enjoy the gifted membership, James. Hope you enjoy the emotes. I can't remember if you got that gifted membership from Ymir or Merfolk, but they both gifted quite a few memberships. Was it Sunday or Saturday? Last week on Small Kai stream. Hey Mastermind, hope you're doing well. Right. Gazel says, after watching some Sage guide, I was only able to do Kerakoli into Panheima and the treasure all gone. Yeah. If your tank is a warrior, especially, and the warrior knows what they're doing, which might not actually apply to me, who knows? If the warrior knows what they're doing, then your job as a sage basically boils down to tiding the warrior over between bloodwetting, because the warrior just becomes, you know, immortal for 8 seconds. And then there's 17 seconds of not immortality, so there you go, Kerakoli Haima or something. And then the warrior is immortal again. It's like, it means you don't do anything for like half the time. Also, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships, Coco. Thank you so much. Finger slipped. Is it that easy? Oops. Thank you so much. And enjoy the emotes and so on. Popular Monster, John Sears, Scrambles, Aaron Morris, and DJ Starbuck. If I remember correctly, John Sears is great with funny puns. Evaded again. It is incredible how many times Shiro has evaded the gifted membership. I wonder how they do it. Me when I trip and fall and give 5 memberships. I dodged the gift AoE as well. I think Coco's has only been using 1% of their strength or something. I see like a Shaggy meme coming here. Kitsu says, as far as I remember, you do have to press if you agree to get gifts. I'm pretty sure you don't have to click yes to it. I'm pretty sure you have to click no to it. I'm pretty sure the default is yes. Not 100% sure on that. Pretty sure, but you might want to check your account settings. On the other hand, if you don't want a membership gifted to you, then... yeah, last week... there was quite a lot of gifted membership AoEs. So I guess you got hit in the crossfire 11. Cat Damon says, my default was to not accept gifted memberships. Well, in that case, do you remember where you check that? Like, where you set that? Because I don't remember. I'd assume it's like in account settings somewhere. Also, hey Shirakai. Hope you're doing well. Look, it's a Christmas Kitsu. Anyway, if you would like to join for level 90 dungeons, come on over to me. And if we're more than 4, then we'll figure out how we rearrange the group so everyone gets a go. Did you slip again, Coco? Ooh. Thank you so much for the 5 additional gifted memberships. Thank you so much. And congratulations to Shorakai, Thiago, Ambitious Ace, David Day Jr., and Zachlas. Hope you enjoy the emotes. Maybe it is worth asking whether Shiro has actually checked whether they are accepting gifted memberships. It's actually like watching The Matrix. Let me try and see if I can find it as well. I'll have to do that off the screen here, because there might be some sensitive information, you never know. Uncanny dodge. You get hit by half a membership. Whoa. Wow. Thank you so much, Amokius, for the 5 gifted memberships. This is like a war or something. Thank you. How about now? Enjoy the emotes, Nifale, Voltaire, Belmont, Sylvester Glad, Yisu. Oh, nice. And Andreas H. I say nice for Yisu because I know this is one of our regulars that I see sometimes in the chat. Hey, Mia, hope you're doing well. See, Kitsu says if you would like to be able to receive a gifted membership, go to an eligible channel's live stream or premiere. Within the live chat, set allow gifts or select the pinned membership gifting. Confirm you'd like to opt in by turning on the allow gift switch. Oh, I didn't know you had to go through that many steps to do that. Thank you, Mia, for the 5 gifted memberships. There's really slippery floors today. It's crazy. And enjoy the emotes Chaos, Nemui, JJ, Katoshin, and Sleep. I would actually like to point out that not only Shiro not getting a membership, but also Malice not getting one is a little impressive at this point. Thank you for the gifted memberships, Murphok. Also Blade. Of course, you mean Blade. Thank you, Murphok. I wonder if you'll actually hit Shiro today. I'm actually impressed. I'm getting more and more impressed by how often he dodges. Enjoy the emotes, Nicholas, Peach, ZPDTV, Barry, and T is better. Also, welcome to the stream, Huntley. Apparently, we are actually it's Christmas morning for Kai. Yeah, you could say that. You have walked into the apparently the war zone known as a very slippery floor, I've heard. VX says I can't opt into memberships on your channel. If you click on the I'm pretty sure so Kitsu said if you click on the membership button itself, like the one where you become a member, you should find a switch somewhere that says that you can opt in to become a member. Let me see if I can find an example of that real quick. Nope. Nope. I don't see it either, actually. I'm not sure where to find it. Thank you also for the 5 gifted memberships, Kitsuneko, and congratulations to Huntley. Raythinthion, I'm dead inside. Tigre and Joel Marazzo. I hope you enjoy the emotes. Is it past the join button? I don't know. It is quite incredible, but I am guessing that there might be something. I am a little confused because I'm pretty sure you can, like, that you don't have to accept anything, specifically because I know I have a friend that absolutely didn't check that button, but got a membership. That's why it's surprising me that it is like this. Like, that is the reason, is because I have a friend that I'm pretty confident didn't have to check a box to get it. But there is a possibility, just saying, there is a possibility that certain countries can't actually buy memberships. And I don't know, there is a possibility that if you can't buy one yourself, you can't get one gifted or something. I don't know. But that could be the reason. I don't know. But impressive. Himia says, I didn't check the button and I have a membership. Ah, yes. The sneaky trick known as just click buy. Thank you. Yeah, it should work. It really should work. It might be that it's in the mobile app, but I'm still pretty sure that you don't have to click yes to anything. Thank you for the 5 additional memberships, Merfolk. It's extremely slippery here. Can his power truly be so great? It is the blessing of broke that confounds you. Van Bale, sir. Someone get this wet floor, my back hurts. Enjoy the emos Lala of Light, Diablo UK, Schmoey, Icebox, and Linky Mori. Hope you all enjoy. I don't know how many memberships are that? That has so far been 35 memberships, and according to YouTube, there's 43 people here. So we actually talked last week. We actually talked about how the membership stuff works. YouTube will try to give the membership to someone, and if it runs out of people to give memberships to, it will try to find one for 12 hours after the stream ends. And if they don't find one, you get a refund. But they're like, either the membership is handed to someone or you get your money back. Like, that's how it works. Case in point, it looks like there is so also thank you for 10 more memberships, Coco. That's crazy. Thank you so much. I think we've actually reached a stalemate here, and I think we've discovered the truth. Let me explain. There have been gifted 45 memberships, but only 44 memberships have actually been received. So there's actually one membership that is unable to find a receiver right now. So that means that Malice, Viek, and Shiro are not actually able to receive a membership, it turns out. It's just not there. Yeah. Oh, it says someone received it now. Maybe it was lagging. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, it was lagging. It was lagging. Weird. Sorry about that. False alarm. But in that case, Shiro, I don't know. Like, I've previously tried to find out which countries can get membership stuff, and it's just not really clear. Anyway, I don't know why. Maybe you can toggle it on your phone if you go on the stream on your phone. I don't know. I really don't know. Exactly, Cat Daben says, I received mine while not watching your stream. What roulette are we on? We are on level 90 dungeons. And then suddenly we had a little bit of a detour, as you can see. Because of like this really wet floor, as you can see. Also, I hope I hope there's so many people that got a gifted membership. I hope you all enjoy the emotes. Thank you so much for all for the generosity. It's incredible. We really need to tell someone at YouTube about this wet floor problem. Thank you for the 5 additional membership, Murphy. That means we are up to 50 now, assuming that it can actually find someone to give to. And it can. The war continues. Thank you so much. Amorcius says, guys silently crying on the inside, having to reorganize the subscriber credits. Amorcius, I actually, like, a month or so ago, I commissioned my brother to make a program for me that can quickly, like, organize it for me, because I realized that that was going to be a nightmare to do manually. So I saw it coming. But you're right. I did have a little bit of a, oh no, how will I do this, a while ago. Akasin says, it just told me that I need to allow gifts. Oh. Come for the warrior, actually get membership discussion. This is a classic on these streams. I plan one thing and then we do exactly not that thing somehow. We get around to it. I don't know if you wasted $100, Coco. Like, I appreciate the support, but I understand what you're going for. Thank you for supporting me in this way, where others also get this get to benefit from this generosity. Thank you so much. Secret warrior level 100 ability. Receive 50 plus gifted subs on your YouTube stream. One use only. Yeah, yeah, exactly. As Jack says, that's a pretty good Christmas present, and I appreciate it. Like, I can see how it would be wasted from your perspective, but I do appreciate it. I will make a valiant attempt. To see if I can figure out how to, if there is something we've overlooked. You're a viewer who wants... I don't know. I don't know. Like, I really don't know. Like, I actually went and checked for the exact same thing as you all did. Like, the people sharing pictures of what's supposed to be there. Like, if you click, like, become member of the channel, there's like 3 dots in the top right. If you click that, it should say as one of the options, like, gift membership settings or something like that. And it's not there for me if I check a different channel either. Like, I can't see it either for some reason. I don't know if it's computer related or what it is. Let's see if I can... Nope, I just can't see it either. Weird. Really weird. Really strange. Well, that sucks. That's unfortunate. But now I hope we all learned something from that. Now you can buy like 19 more manatee plushies. Do we need more than one? Yeah, I think it might be a YouTube specific thing. And it also might, it might also be, it might also be that the gifted membership thing just isn't like perfect or like perfected yet. One big one that fits in the chair. You know, that would be pretty good. I have a bigger one, but it's not that big. Perhaps a dugong plushie. That could also work. Also, hey, look out the Magi. A few months ago, I think it was a few months ago, I remember I got a mail from YouTube that was like, oh, by the way, if your viewers watch your streams on an Android phone, like they were very specific about that, it had to be an Android phone, you can buy you can buy gifted memberships. Consider advertising it to your viewers. I didn't, but yeah. But it had to be an Android phone specifically. And I don't think I heard anything about it since, but now I'm pretty sure you can gift memberships. Can you do it from the computer, or does it have to be from the phone? I don't know. Part of the reason why it's specifically Android and not Apple is I believe the Apple Store takes a significantly larger cut of any sale in any app, so like it would be very hard for YouTube to make that work. Also, welcome to the Cult of the Pink on yourself, Malice. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you. And also, Siren says, special one-time message privilege. Time to waste it. I don't know if you wasted it. Now, exactly, James. It's like 30%. So imagine if you could buy gifted memberships on YouTube on an Apple, like an iPhone, but they just add 30% to the price. Actually, like 40% to make sure that YouTube gets their cut and I get, you know, my cut and all that. That would probably not be a good idea. Android is also, yeah, exactly. It's generally Google, but the idea is mostly that it's not so much about whether they can do it on Android, it's more like the reason why they don't want to do it on iPhone, I think. Now, with that said, we have our group together for level 90 dungeon, so let's finally do something, shall we? Thank you all so much for all the support. It was insane. I think that is that the second time this channel have had something that can be compared to a do you call it a hype train? We're now back from the commercial break. Money! It's usually about the money. A really interesting example I saw of how this Apple or iPhone markup works is that or an example of how it impacts it is apparently the Monster Hunter game. For phones, Monster Hunter Now, if you try to buy like anything with real money in the game on an iPhone, there's like a significant markup, but you can just buy it from their website and just, get it to your account directly. Also, thank you for the super chat, Coco. That's actually wild. Thank you. What? That's weird. It looked like there was something I could click on the stream. YouTube itself says right under your super chat, it says, let's celebrate their first super on a live stream. Nice. Thank you so much, Coco. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Why do you feel bad about that, Shiro? It's not like I don't think there's anything to feel bad about that. It happens with these things, and now we know. Like, we all learn something. Let's see, Amokius says, without wanting to dig into numbers of private info, YouTube's subscriptions are better for the YouTube subscriptions, meaning of course the memberships, are better for the streamer than Twitch's ratio, right? I'm not sure how much better it is, but I've heard YouTube is better. It should be better. I'm pretty sure that it is something like... I think it's over 70%, but let me put it like this. They don't specify. They say that they take like some part, like I can't remember exactly how much YouTube takes, but they also use the membership money and, you know, super chat and all that. They also use that money to pay, you know, any taxes or fees in relation to the payment. And what that means is that if there is a significant amount of expenses in relation to said payment, then it might not be 70% or however much it is. We talked a little bit about this on the last stream, but basically YouTube also adjusts its prices based on what country you're in, which means that I don't get told how much money you spent on the memberships that you bought. I don't get told that. I just see after the stream how much money that I've been sent. Like, that's what I get to know, which means that if someone buys a bunch of memberships from a country that gets a significantly lower price on it, then I'll sit here with a confused look that the numbers barely changed, but I got like a lot of new members. So it's a little weird, but on average, which is the best we can go for, on average, the ratio is better than on Twitch. I hope that at least helps you somewhat with understanding Amokius. Also, thank you so much for what is an... Actually, I'll just not even try. Thank you for the super chat, Merfolk. Or the super sticker, I believe it's called. Thank you. And thank you for the super chat, Malice. Thank you. Me over here tanking a dungeon while reading chat. It's fine. I'm sure Cat Damon doesn't mind that I'm just randomly spinning the boss. Amokius uses the free membership super chat to say, Square Enix, if you're watching, then you're legally obligated to release female Hrothgars during Dawn Trail. If not, then hi anyways. I'm pretty sure they're intending to release it with Dawn Trail. Argentinian currency. Right. But yeah, we talked about this with this weird ratio last time. I didn't know for sure how it worked, but we managed to figure it out by seeing both sides of the story. The way that the to just be as clear about it as I can, the way that the membership pricing works is that I set a price. And apparently YouTube adjusts that price based on what country you're buying from. Just like how the price of YouTube Premium changes based on what country you're buying from. Thank you for the super chat, Gitsu. Pancakes. and a candy kai emote. Perfect. Exactly, Amokius. Like, one of the reasons why I decided to just stream on YouTube is because I feel like there are some like chat things that you can't do on YouTube that you can do on Twitch. But the general like video experience I feel is slightly better on YouTube. And then it's just easier to find because it's all located in one single place, right? Like, that helps a lot, I feel, for like convenience. It's like, there's a bunch of reasons. Then since then, there's been all these things with Twitch changing the creator cut and all that. And thank you for the for the super chat, Imya. Is that how it goes? Ha 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 ha! Don't worry, Malice. Like, I appreciate the support, and I don't want people to feel like they had to. If you like, only like don't participate in the donation war if you can't actually afford it. Like, make sure you take care of yourself first, please. Lemon with the free. Whoops. I almost did it, got hit because I was looking at the wrong mechanic. I'm going like autopilot here and just assuming which mechanic the boss is doing. Lemon says, I figured out how to do the thing! Blade! Okay, so although now at least you can multi-stream on different platforms simultaneously with Twitch's change in that stance. That's true. Personally, I've looked, I very briefly looked at some, simultaneous broadcasts, like Twitch streamers that then go and then also stream on YouTube, and I just, because it's like double everything, it just feels a little hectic to me. Like, I feel like it gets a little crazy, which is why I don't, like, I have thought about it, but I just... I just don't think it's the best viewer experience. Even if it is slightly more convenient if you prefer to watch on Twitch, which I totally understand. But you're right. James says, see, what none of us really know is that the gifted memberships go into Small Kai's belly. She doesn't just eat crystals. Oh boy. Next Small Kai stream, Small Kai is like 3 feet taller somehow. The way I've seen people do it, Amokus, is that they've had... So, you know, there's this, you can, often streamers have this thing where you can see the live chat embedded in the stream itself. What I've seen is Twitch streamers just have 2 of those, like one for the YouTube chat and one for the Twitch chat. But that means that there's 2 feeds, happening side by side, and that can get really, really insane. You'd need moderators on each platform. I have 2 whole moderators, and both of them just help me a little bit when they have time. I have this incredibly lucky situation where, for the most part, all of you are very polite and nice, so I don't have to do a lot of moderation. So it has been fine. Pink colored streaming platform when? I think you can actually customize the color of YouTube. I don't know how much you can customize it, but I think you might be able to make YouTube pink. I don't know if that is a specific option. Only person Kai moderates is me. Sip says, one of my moderators. Is that how it works? I moderate the moderators and they moderate everyone else. Is that how it works?
I've been waiting so long. Don't disappoint.
Oh, I get those too sometimes, Amokius. You want to know the incredibly amazing trick I use to delete most of them? You can't post links in the live chat. You cannot post links in the live chat. If you try, it'll just block your message. That stopped nearly all bot messages in my stream chats. They still happen sometimes where the link is actually their name. Like, they just have an account name that happens to name some .com website. Or whatever. But nearly all of them just don't come through because they can't actually post a link. Gogo posts link. Matthew posts links. Who is the mod of the mod who mods the mods of the mods? Uh-oh. Does Kai remember where the safe spots were? Perfect. Well, this link isn't secure. And that's when you post, like, a link from the Zelda franchise. Thank you so much for the super chat, Lemon. Happy holidays, gamers. Here's my contribution. Thank you so much. The Legend of Kaitsu, a link to a stream. Alright, yeah! Oh, right. The intermission. What's the Christmas plans? I mean, personally, I'm doing something with my family. Which is part of the reason why we have no small Kai this week. Like, I spent, like, a good hour and a half looking at my schedule, like, how can I fit small Kai here? And I just couldn't fit it anywhere. So I had to skip it. And that is wild, because I don't think we've ever had a single week without small Kai since I started streaming it. Which is part of the reason why I cared so much about trying to make sure you got it. But I can't.
How do you like this?
Oh boy. And I hate this mechanic so much because I always feel bad when I'm like, I can't stand anywhere near the boss without pointing the cones at someone else. Is there a reason why Kagnatsu is Australian? I believe his name is based on his name from Final Fantasy IV, right? Like, he's just named the same thing. Or what do you mean with him being Australian? Like, is it his accent that is Australian? Yeah, I kind of realized that his name isn't Australian. Like, as I was saying, like, wait a minute. That doesn't make sense. Did you mean his accent? His name is Nasty Dog in Italian. Kagnatsu is the same voice actor as Yasmat? Really? Oh, what's a quote from Yasmat? What's a good one? Oh, what is it he says? He says a lot of things. Like a knife through butter. Exactly. The Empire's a cancer, and I am the barber's blade. Blade. Just Golbez comes in from the side like, blade. And Coco says no stream on the 24th, fake streamer. See, the thing is, I actually thought that there was no point streaming like right around that area. Like, I have like this like 23rd, 24th, 25th about a range where I don't plan on doing anything, because I think most people are very focused on, you know, family stuff in that area. So there's just no point in me going, oh, now then you'll miss out on me. It can wait. Hey, Gleaming, hope you're doing well. Scream loud. Scream louder! I want to remember this! Right, next we're doing 5, 6, 7, 8. If you want to come along for 5, 6, 7, 8, come over to me. And then we'll try to put together a group of people. 5, 6, 7, 8. Let me invite everyone who's over here and then we'll adjust. Oh, there's Sip. Do you also... Never mind. Oh, he missed his emote. We need a healer. There's so many people here. It's wild. We're still going for a few hours more, Shorakai, so maybe you have a chance to catch something later. I think the Yasmat fight is an incredibly good example of why it matters so much for the memorability of a fight that it is voice acted. Case in point, why is Math Robot not voice acted? Why not? James says, also on the subject of not feeling obligated to support, I've been meaning to get a membership myself. I just was lazy because it means I'd have to use my laptop. Well, you can always, like, you wouldn't be the first person to go, well, I'll get the free membership from a gift, and then maybe you choose to, like, buy a membership later. It is entirely up to you. I'm just really grateful for the support. And thank you so much, James. Oh, by the way, I see there's a ton of people here, so, like, I mean, you could make groups for all sorts of content as well, or you could, like, do 5, 6, 7, 8 while I'm doing 5, 6, 7, 8. I mean, yeah, voiceover can make a huge difference. I also, like, I've mentioned this before on stream, that I often, like, I'm better at memorizing the thing that the boss said than whatever their tag is called. If you've done P12 on normal, like the final boss in the current raid tier, I'm almost certain that you know the quote, "Shine brilliant for me!" better than you know what that attack is even called. Oh, one of the mobs are already dead. Oops. Yeah, I do know them, James. They also know me. Actually. Azurite did check in on a stream on the channel this one time, a long time ago. So we do know each other. Can you use an emote during the slide cast window? I'm pretty sure you can. I think. Dance to the song of ringing steel. Ravana's epic. He just is. What's the quote again when he lifts you up into the air? Rejoice in the glory of combat! That's the one, Jace. Thank you. Uh-oh. That's a circle AoE. Take wing, you souls of war! I do think it's quite interesting that the first trial of Heavensward is a primal that is very obsessed with fighting, and the first trial of Stormblood is a primal that is very obsessed with fighting. And the first trial of Shadowbringers, while not a primal and not exactly obsessed with fighting, they view fighting as playing, and they're very obsessed with playing. And okay, I guess you know where I'm going with this. Resilient souls, I salute you. Prediction for Dawn Trail? Well, let's just say that if the first trial is a boss that is very like really enjoys fighting, then we wouldn't be surprised, would we? Meanwhile, in Endwalker, I mean, without getting too detailed, you could argue that the first trial is somewhat obsessed with fighting. Sort of. Sort of. Somewhat. I mean, close enough, right? I feel like outright sadism counts. Yeah, you know, probably. Mine! All mine! That's a... Oh, that's a donut. Good thing I didn't act on my instincts there. Shurkai says, I'm still in Shadowbringers. You see, that is exactly the reason why whenever I get, like, the higher up in expansion I start talking, I get more and more vague about what I'm talking about. It's like, well, most people have seen Ravana. Most people know who Susano is. And then we start going, well, I mean... And then we start, like, it starts getting more vague. Just in case it would spoil someone, right? Just in case. You can't protect everyone, and we need to be able to talk about stuff, but there's no reason to go exactly, like, just be completely on the nose if everyone can follow the conversation without spoiling it. Swing, swing. Ah, a proximity AoE! Run! Flap. Is Siren fine? Oh, okay. Just stood completely still. When we fight Ravana again at 73. Slightly different Ravana. I think he lost some weight. Got a change of clothes. It's him better. Ravana's sick of this cramped old castle. This is one of those pools where you have to make sure you're not not sleeping, because the mobs can suddenly just smack you. I think it's the Tatsunokos that just hit weirdly hard. And as I say it, they just go wham! And uses tidal breath. Treasure! Yeah, so the thing is, somewhat recently we soloed this entire instance with Warrior. And I'm pretty sure we didn't even have to split up the big mega AoE pull I just did. However, the Tatsunokos, as Shiro says, hits like stupidly hard. Thank you so much, Kitsuneko, and I hope you sleep well. There's doubly reasons for you to remember seeing it recently, Lemon, because Small Kai did this dungeon as part of the For Lord stream like less than a month ago, I'm pretty sure. And then we also soloed the dungeon, just to add insult to injury. Like, Small Kai comes in, does the dungeon, easy mode, Lamau, and then Big Kai comes in like, I didn't even need 3 other people. The weirdest part is that the DPS check in the intermission here doesn't kill you. Small Kai's bizarre adventure. Joe! Very tiny little Small Kai just doing like a pose while a Pillar Man theme starts playing. For no explainable reason. Even better, it's just Small Kai's a small army of guards just doing flex poses with Small Kai like on someone's shoulder. Ow! Right, there was a knockback there. Demon says I need art of the JoJo's of JoJo posing Small Kai squad now. I can. That would be absolutely amazing. Unfortunately, I don't draw very well. Look at the magic says, but now that I'm thinking about Shadowbringers trials, I can't remember any mechanics from the level 79 one, but I do remember the mandatory chat message for it. What? Which one? That's Mount Golg. Oh, right, the trial that follows after. Oh no, he's hot! Alright, Emia, thank you for joining. Hope you enjoy your evening. Yeah, I do remember. Oh, Samantha's here. Hello? But I do remember most of the mechanics of Mount Golg just off the top of my head. Do you want me to list them? I don't exactly know them in order. But See, the first boss has a particular mechanic that might stand out for each of them is the first boss has this thing where it does 3 cone AoEs, but simultaneously puts down orbs that do circle AoEs that typically sneaks up at people. It also has a line AoE that doesn't have a telegraph that often catches people off guard, especially the tank. The second boss has... the specific one on the second boss is the fact that when the orbs come down that do the donut AoEs, a specific configuration of them allows you to stand in a safe spot on a single pixel on the edge of the arena, which I always do, and it's hilarious every time. The best part is when the healer gets scared. The worst part is when they get so scared that they rescue you. And then you get hit anyway. And the third boss has the specific thing with the enhancement, where it has a lot of attacks that gets like an extra telegraph or multiple extra telegraphs as they do the attack. Right. So next we are actually doing leveling roulette. So if you want to come along for leveling roulette, come over to me and we'll put together a team. Come on down. Gazel is also putting together a leveling roulette, by the way. If anyone wants to do an extra group, Gazel is making one over there. You can join. Right, before I forget, limited leveling roulette. He says, the only cast by crown I know is Winged Reprobation because it's a blue spell. It's a really weird one, by the way. Like, really strange to use. I'm guessing we get Aurum Vale. Zemail Darkhold. I jinxed it by calling it. The game went, no, not Aurum Vale. Don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, Nolana, hope you're doing well. I feel like it's been a while. No Morbin time. You'll speak it into existence one day. I mean, I think, was it... I believe there was a stream somewhat recently where we were still leveling... When we were still leveling Astrologian to 80, where I basically called the encounter we got in every roulette. Like, I think I called like half of them correctly. Well, I hope you're doing well, Anolana. And yeah, that's true. Look at the magic. You don't have to remember all of the mechanics to be able to like do a dungeon or a raid, as long as you remember them when you see them. I actually like tanking Aurum Vale, but part of the reason why I like it is because it employs a lot of really old school mechanics. That makes sense. Which I just think is funny. This dungeon also has a really weird mechanic. You see this guy? This anglerfish that's dead now? Yeah, it applies this debuff, which makes you take like ridiculous amounts of damage, and the only thing you can do about it is if the healer has the excess resources to remove it. It just makes you take more physical damage. And it's always the jerk anglerfish monsters. It's always them. And I don't know why they've just decided that it's really funny to make like a land anglerfish and give it like a ridiculous buff or debuff. You might remember that there is one of those land anglerfish in Sastasha. Do you know what that fish does? It has a raid buff. It just makes all the mobs near it do more damage. I don't know why. Yeah, just let's make all the land anglerfish mobs ridiculously overpowered for no particular reason. Yeah, I like tanking Aurum Vale, but I absolutely understand why you might not. Absolutely. Oh, 666. Nice. How about some more ads? Did you know these ads that spawn in during this fight are actually HP thresholds? Like, they spawn in at certain HP amounts. So if you're really slow to kill the boss, they actually don't spawn in like this, where they just go bam, 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 through the entire fight. And, like, they just come in slowly. Isn't that weird? It's an inside joke with the anglerfish from Sky Enix we don't know. Yeah, that could be. And here comes the allegedly the scariest pull in the dungeon. Because of the frogs, allegedly. Not because of that guy, right? No. Not because of the weird anglerfish that gives a ridiculously brutal debuff to the tank. Nope. Couldn't possibly be that. It's particularly brutal for white mages because you don't have an OGCD to heal with whatsoever. Claw Trap also down to 14. So yeah, the crab, right? I'm like completely out of cooldowns, Rust, so I hope you've got me. Yeah, anything below 50 is quite brutal for White Mage. It doesn't help that in the level range for Zmail Darkhold, both barrier healers get 3 instant single target heals per minute. It's very, very, very fair and balanced. This is also a very awkward level range for Warrior, actually. Oh, you want to get your damage buff? Oh, you have to use an AoE attack for that. I did calculate on that stuff a long time ago at this point, and I do believe I recall that either it didn't matter whether you used an AoE combo to get your damage bonus, or it was a benefit, depending on how well you used your berserks. But it's still very weird. And like, it's basically just the 10% damage isn't very significant. Like, it makes up for the damage lost on a single target. But if you include that, well, you're also using Berserk, then it's a completely different story. So here's a fun fact. These skeletons use has a GCD that hurts like wow. They do damage like 2 enemies because of that. You might be wondering why I'm pulling so weird. I'm doing that to push the betrayed and forsaken souls out of their safe spot, so that we can kill them more easily. Unfortunately, they're not very well stacked, but we'll have to make do. I think Coco might die over there. Maybe not. Ah! Trumpet noises. Malice, there's actually a really good reason for that. And the reason is known as quality of life from Endwalker. Before Endwalker, the way that Mithril Tempest worked... Oh, that's the end. Wait, Coco died? That wasn't what I pictured when I said I think Coco's going to die. Before Endwalker, the way Surging Tempest, or rather Mithril Tempest worked is that it extended the duration of Storm's Eye's damage debuff, because it didn't even have a name back then. It just extended it. I think it was also it only extended it by 10 seconds or something. But notably, it didn't actually apply the buff in the first place. So you had to actually start with a 1-2-3 combo to get the buff rolling. And that of course meant that before level 50 you couldn't actually apply the buff in the first place. So Mithril Tempest didn't apply the buff because it didn't. You couldn't refresh it because you couldn't apply it. But in Endwalker they changed this for all AoE combos that had this kind of feature, where they extended a buff, that now they apply it just as well as the regular thing that is supposed to apply it. Which of course has led to the specific weird case where Warrior gets their damage buff 10 levels earlier than normal. But it's really awkward if you don't know the story behind that. It's of course still awkward even if you do know, honestly. Like, there is an explanation. It's not a good explanation, but there is at least an explanation, right? And that's the reason, Malice. And yeah, Margarita, I could imagine. The thing is, in my experience, Scholar is like, it's not even funny. Scholar is completely broken in low-level content. Like, it's I'm not joking. It's completely broken. Scholar happens to be like, if you think a warrior is the most broken job in the game because it's basically immortal for a lot of content, yeah, Scholar is the second place on that for some reason. Like, it's the second best job at soloing stuff, in my opinion. And I use it regularly for that. Like, compare that to White Mage, which is like, you just have like service level healing until like level 50. Like, you just have the basics and nothing more. Meanwhile, Scholar's like, I pay someone to do the healing. I actually don't even pay them. I just have like an intern to do the healing for me. I'm actually a DPS. Mela says all AoEs with a buff. That's true. Hakemujin Sats doesn't is still one of those that that extend. But I mean, it used to be worse. It used to be that you didn't have Raijin. But yeah, exactly as Jay says, most of the AoEs that we see today that like applies a buff, they used to work the same way as Hakemujin Sats. And that's how they used to work. All of them. Art of War for days. Yeah, exactly. Healing. Art of War for days. Did you know Art of War is a gain on 1 before Broil? Right, so next we are doing Trial Roulette. However, I will be right back before we do that. However, if you do want to join, come on over to me so that I know when I'm back. Be right back. You are your own boss. Sanity restored. Quick, Manatee, order more of yourself with the gifted sub money to become an unstoppable army. Also, hey, I'm back. I mean, Lemon, the worst that can happen is that you don't survive. Here's your card. 999 Manatee plushies. What did you do, Watcher? Need a Kai petting Manatee emote. Like this? That's a pretty good idea. I'll write it down. You know, speaking of emotes, originally, like, a while back, like, quite a while back, when I, like, commissioned the emotes that we have, I was like, well, I mean, I'm probably not going to have, like, 200 members anytime soon, right? So I'll buy this many and we'll be good. I've gotten an extra one, the laughing emote that we have, me who else made, and just let me use it without like I didn't pay him anything for it, but I asked before I just took it because I'm not like that. Exactly that one, 11. That is just an extra one. That is also why the art style is significantly different on that one. But the rest of them was like, I don't think I'll need more than this for a long, long time. Meanwhile, smash cut to today, right? But I do have like a list of emotes, which is a combination of things that I thought of might be nice and things that people have suggested. It's not like I'm just going, oh yeah, that would be a funny emote, and just like say, I'll write it down. Where's the baculator? Like, I don't do that. Like, I actually write it down. I have a list. And then I'll have to figure out which ones we do and which ones we don't, because there's a very strict limit to how many emotes you can have on YouTube. We have a free slot. Does Malice want to come? I'm guessing this is Malice. Malice, become flesh! The watch has been expecting you, Mr. Bond. Yeah, I think that's the one, James. You underestimate the ability of others to go beyond the Call of Duty because it's funny. Will you live to see the end? I have the power! Turns the arena 90 degrees. I have the ultimate magic! Destroys like a small military area. Like a reasonably sized military area. Unleash Ultima! Exactly, Ariel. All of existence, bent to my will! Turns the arena 90 degrees. You're just sitting there like, that's what you could come up with? You could have done anything, and that's what you're doing with that? The great cataclysm, faithfully recreated. Exactly, Shonokai. I am all powerful. He moves a chair. Universal manipulation, and it's just really basic mechanics. Exactly. Now we know what the real problem is, James. He goes, all of existence, bent to my will, and we see him turn the arena 90 degrees, but what actually happens is that he actually moved the entire universe such that the arena looked like it turned 90 degrees. He actually moved everything else. It's like that thing in JoJo with what's his name, going up the stairs, and Dio just like standing there, and then he just keeps Polnareff just keeps getting teleported back down the stairs, and then when you realize what it would actually take for Dio to be able to make that illusion, is him going Zawaldo, grabbing Polnareff and just running him down the stairs, placing him, running up to the spot, and just standing again repeatedly. Like, enormous effort for a small payoff. Yeah, exactly. Gotta admire the dedication to the bit, absolutely. Don't forget the extra time to catch his breath from doing it twice. I think it's so funny when you realize that that was what it would take. Like, it makes it give this illusion that he has this incredible power that can do... what possibly could he do? But he's actually just making a time stop power look like he has, like, some other incredible magic at his disposal that he doesn't actually have. Well, I'm using my Berserk. Whew. That was almost going to be the saddest Berserk ever seen. Like, I click Berserk just as Garuda leaves. It's like the idea of Batman tiptoeing around a robber just to stand menacingly on top of a dumpster. Yeah, exactly. Precisely. Exactly, Gleaming. It's specifically because Dio was extremely smart about what he showed that Zawardo could do. Zawardo! Can't remember if it hits the... It does! I can't remember if it hits the center. You mean like this? Hey, Angel. Hope you're doing well. Ow. We here in Kites Incorporated discuss the improvements of physics as well as mechanics. Just don't forget to sign your waiver. It is the saddest thing when you click a cooldown just as the boss becomes untargetable. It's about comparable to that that stream recently in the weapons trials where I walked up to Gazel and I was like, "Oh yeah, perfect! You're wearing the shirt I'm talking about." And then he just Gazel just disappears. It's pretty much that, but a boss fight. Lemon says, I'm barely past Wholeminster Switch and I'm level 79. That's not so bad. That's not so bad. It could have been worse. If I remember correctly, Small Kai was like reached level 90 in when the MSQ was like level 84, something like that. So there was a lot of XP that went to waste. Gazel says, I thought the teleport was coming from you. Don't worry about it, Gazel. Like, see, the thing is, there's nothing to apologize with that funny, because here's the thing. It was hilarious. Like, why would you apologize for that? Just own it. I can take it. Like, just like how, like, yeah, I can take getting rescued down the middle of the arena on Suzaku. I can take that. I don't mind. I'm just surprised that someone would do that. Because I don't normally expect that. And of course, as long as the memes don't go so far that we can't even play the game, right? But I can take the memes and the funnies. So even if it wasn't entirely intentional, that is perfectly fine, Gazel. It was really funny. Like, I've looked that clip back and I think it's hilarious. Been rescued into a tank buster? Usually I'm the tank. Exactly. Angel has got it. It's the same as Kai getting mad about you not opening the chests so that I have to open the chests when I'm doing a normal raid boss fight for the first time. Like, now I'll have to open them. And I even, like now, when we did Eden, I don't know if I'll use any of the tokens, but I went through the motions of opening every chest and greeting on everything so that I could get griefed. I do it. I think it's funny. Right, next we are doing normal raid roulette. Which means you have to be level 60, by the way. Baby Alex time. It can be Alexander related. It depends on whether Coco chooses a level 60 job and whether Coco chooses a level 70 job and also has not just Alexander. Mala says, I don't have any raids unlocked besides Alex. Well, then it's probably going to be Alex. I typically also get Alexander. I typically also get Alexander. It's simply a result of... I've talked about this before. Because Alexander is the most easily accessible normal raid, there's the biggest chance that everyone has it. And because it's the lowest level normal raid, there's the biggest chance that people will queue as a job that can get it. And that's like, it's the same as the reason why you almost always get Crystal Tower. It's simply because it's the most likely result. Even if they made it so that you can't cheese it, it's still the most likely result, despite everything. Oh, one of your party members does not meet the requirements for this duty. Oh, Lemon doesn't have Alexander, is that right? We can do Alliance raid first. Right, resaddling, we do Alliance raid first. I think. I think we'll do that. Then we do normal raid. Type of Labyrinth. It could be Labyrinth. But then we need to have only one tank. Baby Alexander, it's just a gear. One of your party members. Oh no. Maybe? Yes, maybe? Yes, no, yes, maybe? Open your duty finder, everyone who's in the party, and check the alliance rate thing, because depending on what level you are, you need a specific item level to match. For example, if you're level 90, you need an average item level of 565. Bob says left and made dinner 45 minutes ago. Did I miss anything? I mean, we did some roulettes. I don't know if you missed anything, but we were talking about JoJo. What is that flag on your roulettes adventure and need icon? Yeah, it means because you have a full team for it, they don't give you the adventure and need bonus because you're not, you're not actually contributing to clearing up groups. Like the purpose of the adventure and need thing, I'm guessing is obvious, is that if there is like a lack of tanks, so there's like a bunch of parties trying to queue for leveling roulette, but they're just missing a tank, each of them, then it'll say adventure and need so that you can get some tanks in so that those groups can like get underway. Like it's generally like if there's a lack of tanks, and that of course also applies for healer DPS. If that's lacking, it's usually not DPS though. And the reason why when you finally queue, when it's like adventure and need for DPS for like 5 seconds, and then you get like a 10-minute queue, the reason for that is that the adventure and need thing stays for like a few minutes at a time. Like it changes every few minutes. So if you queue at the same moment as everyone else, also that's horrifying. If you queue at the same second as all the other DPS, then it'll fill up all the groups that needed DPS, and then the rest of the groups don't need any DPS. And then you just kind of sit there like twiddling your thumb. Like, I thought it was DPS in need, and nope. Not anymore, it's not. Yeah, for Alliance Raid, it's actually pretty common that it is DPS, but it's almost always only Alliance Raid. For most other content, it's typically not DPS that is in need. The reason why it often is DPS is because of this 15 DPS needed for one group. For trials, that is a bit surprising. I suppose so, 11. It is a little bit like a job offer. We need a person that can do this, and you apply for it, and, well, 15 other people did too. Circus Tower, Circus Tower. It is not Circus Tower, it's Circus Tower. When you randomly wipe to a boss in Circus Tower, what happens is that the dungeon actually, or the duty actually changes names. It just says Circus with a C and an I. And if you pay extremely close attention, there's a particular boss that gets like a red clown nose. Just trust me, bro, is my source on that. Evan does look a bit like a clown. Yeah, exactly. he's pretty much already got it. You wipe in Circus Tower and you just become Pomni. You get sentenced to clown college. I sentence you to... You needed someone with a Kefka glam. It's always funny when someone rolls up to like a raid or something with a glam, like a cosplay that makes him look like a bad guy. Without getting too detailed on it, the final trial of the leveling story of Endwalker, you know, Trial 3, when I did it for the first time, like a few days after Endwalker release, my group included, I'm not making this up, included a person who was cosplaying as Fandaniel, named Fandaniel. I was just in the group. And also, the first thing he did before we even managed to pull was he ran off the edge to test if there was an invisible wall. And I was just sitting there like, well, that is perfectly chaotic. That is absolutely in character for him. No! Not me! I don't want to be an icicle! No! Well... Thank you, Malice. Malice! Become flesh! Malice, become Rose! Erdel says, I recently had someone named Johnny Final Fantasy and looking like Artbird. Yeah, that's a classic. Did you know, if the Ancient Flare cast actually goes off, you take way less damage if you're standing in the water? Rare Circus Tower mechanic. Did you know? Ah, perfect. Have you ever had an Ellison called woman pleaser in your group? No. That is really random. And very Limsa Lomensa, isn't it? I once saw a screenshot of a dude named Funny Daniel. all in existence, bent to my pog. Taylor Swift cast. That better be a black mage. This is possibly the least efficient way to position these mobs. Someone has to name himself Art of War in 2. That's like our friendly neighborhood Fellcleave, which is also in the Discord server. Who is named Fellcleave with PH. Imagine that they're not a warrior main. Well, it's Fellcleave with two. It's Fell with two L's and then Cleave. Oh, Shorakai is the one called. Ah! That is funny. See, a weird thing that I remember is that we had I believe it was a small Kai stream because we were hanging out in Kugane. I randomly saw a player that was basically named with just a lot of A's. I commented on it and then discovered that there was someone on the Discord server after the stream named exactly that. So I was sitting there like, that's a weird coincidence. It was just incredible because I'm pretty sure that Shorakai then appeared on the Discord like after the stream, pretty much. So it's just sitting there like, what? Were they always here? Was the A's a male Rigadan? I don't believe they were. I think it was a cat girl, but I'm not 100% sure on that. I'm actually shocked that the game lets you call yourself just a line, like a line of A's. Like I'm actually surprised that the game lets you have that name. I'd imagine that that it would be like, oh, you can't have that many A's in a row. I think it was a cat girl. Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down? I know, right? Look, it's Ammon! It's your boy, Amon. Just some random guy that never becomes important in the quest, in the main quest, you know. Like, not at all. Back in my day, games didn't have custom names. You had to be Mario. Oh, that's just the worst. So like, there's no customization in this game. Why can I only be Mario? I don't want to be him. Apparently, I'm not an icicle. Oh, Shurikai is Mario IRL. Nice. Oh, called Mario IRL. That's nice. Now, the thing is, depending on your perspective, having a name like that can either be incredibly annoying or incredibly funny. Like, if you're named Mario IRL, it wouldn't surprise me if a lot of people have gone wahoo at you or something like that. But hey, if you can just own it, then it doesn't matter, right? Nintendo is coming to sue me shortly. They are on their way. Yeah, exactly. Mario, the Italian-American plumber by a Japanese company. Nintendo is 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters from your house. We'll be there shortly. Have your papers ready. You know, I really actually like the sound of Inner Beast. Like, just, I know Fellcleave is really nice, but there's something very satisfying about that clong noise that Inner Beast makes. Shame you can't use it at higher level. Although I suppose Inner Chaos has to be the alternative, but I don't know if it makes the same exact noise. And he's gone! The Mudra sound is also very nice. Does TPN have a specific sound of it breaking? Oh, I should be clear, Shurikai. I'm specifically talking about Inner Beast and not Inner Release. Just to be clear. Apparently our main tank died. I believe when you get dark arts, it makes like this like sound like that many jobs have when you get like when you fill up a bar or something. Like Dancer has it too for their saber dance or their S3 gauge. And I think Red Mage has the sound when they reach enough resources to a melee combo. I think also Black Mage gets it whenever they get a polyglot or something like that. Hello, Mr. Nintendo. Will you need my birth certificate? We will ask the questions here. Well, I guess it's just because, James, that you're paying attention to it when you're playing Dark Knight. Right, so now we do normal raids. Lemon didn't have normal raids, right? That was how it went. We have a free spot? Do you want to come, Siren? What are we getting? I'm thinking A1. Yes, A1. Skunky says, does pressing shift while you move make you stop too, or is it just me playing on arrow keys? I think that's just you. Because I don't get stopped. There is a possibility that the reason for that is because you have something bound, like that there's something bound to shift and each arrow key, or shift and forward specifically. Because that would probably lead to such an effect, because it's trying to do whatever shift up is, rather than whatever up is. The cat says it's trying to hotbar swap. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I would recommend, Skunky, try and look into your keybinds and see if you can find something else that is bound to shift up and shift down and stuff like that, and see if it helps if you unbind them. That might change the behavior. I say might because I don't know. I don't use the arrow keys. Like my arrow keys like move the camera. And apparently I have not removed the ability to flip through my my hotbars. So I just did that real quick. But yeah, I remember I had a similar issue where I believe I think there is a keybind by default that makes it so that if you hold Alt and press S, it switches to say chat or something like that. And because of that, if you happen to be holding S already and then press Alt, it might mess for the exact same reason. So I just unbound that option. And that removed the problem. So it might be the same. I kept some of them. I still have Alt P and Alt F. Can you physically play Final Fantasy 14 in like the Dance Dance Revolution arrow thingies? I mean, you can set up any controls you like. Like there's a guy that I don't know if they're only on YouTube, but there's this guy, what's his name, that makes weapons with like motion sensors and makes it so that he can like, for example, he has like a huge greatsword toy that he can like swing to do the 1, 2, 3 combo as a Dark Knight and stuff like that. So like you could technically play Final Fantasy 14 on anything. The question is whether it would be very effective, but you could play it on anything, really. Super Louis 64, that sounds right. It's very cool. But the first thing I see, like, I see it and I immediately go, that doesn't, like, you can't actually play like that. Like, it's really cool, but you can't, it's an interesting gimmick, but you can't play the game. Can you play it on a Manatee plushie? Can you play Final Fantasy 14? He doesn't know. Jay says, I saw a guy do a high-end boss in RuneScape with a Guitar Hero controller. I remember I watched a playthrough of someone playing Dark Souls on bananas. Like, multiple bananas. What do the numbers mean, Watcher? What do they mean? Right, so I think, yeah, I don't think we missed any. So next we are doing P12. I think there's a lot of people that can't actually come along for that suddenly, but then next we are doing P12. Come on over to me if you would like to join for P12. Ymir says, can I join? Yes, log in. And welcome back, Ymir. That's what we call slimming down. Right, Zero Lenny. We almost have an 8-man team. It's pretty good. We're missing a few. You were almost there. We'll get them next time. Mission failed. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. Fish and mailed. Can you mail those? Is that an option? I didn't even know that. The whole thing with like connecting weird objects like bananas or whatever. Apparently, like if you have the things set up, it's not too complicated from what I've seen. I saw this Game Grumps episode a while back where they just played around with it and just like made random objects react. Apparently someone didn't want to go. How weird.
Show
Someone just instantly left. You cannot escape her eternal gaze. Assuming you want to. You can't. Can't escape it.
From nothing, I mold life.
Athena over here lying, saying she's molding molding life from nothing when she's actually molding it from souls. Weird. What? You can mold life from an actual soul? Did anyone see? Nope. I didn't see. I was focused on trying to be funny. Shurakai says, statistically, if you ate 5,000 bananas in 10 minutes, you'll die of radiation poisoning. True, you would also long before that die from eating 5,000 bananas. But you're right. I'll take your word for it at least. Is it all ether? Always has been. Specifically, it turns out in the Final Fantasy story, Final Fantasy XIV story, that souls are something special. That is the one thing that an ancient cannot make out of thin air. They cannot make a soul. They can't. That's what Athena wants to make. And she thinks she's cracked the code. She hasn't, but I mean, it's very easy to trick yourself into thinking that when you're in a place filled with souls and just going, look, if I make a thing, it gets a soul. Weird. Shine brilliant for me. It mean the line AoE thingy. You cannot fix her, Savage. It means getting snapshotted and then bopped off the stage, actually. Ah, that would have been my second guess. She just goes, bop it, and then you die.
You cannot escape my eternal gaze.
Twist it. She's back with her eternal gaze. Exactly, Anolana.
This is but a glimpse of the god's strength.
Wow. She do be godding.
Behold such power as you will never wield.
Ah! Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, coming through, excuse me. This is why you need at least one level-headed friend so that you know when your lady is nuts. Yeah, there was a specific person that didn't have that in the story, let's just say. Yeah, that is actually a good point, Shiro. It's really random that this boss specifically has a mechanic where she removes some of the floor and then super glues your feet to the floor. Or at least magnetizes your feet to the floor. I always shine brilliant. Ooh, that was close.
You cannot escape my eternal gaze.
Ow! Like, did you see there? I shined so brilliantly that none of you noticed that I messed up the boss mechanic. I also didn't see it. Speedrun challenge. Do not mishear Athena when she says that her theory will be proven as fact. Today, my theory shall be proven as fact.
These chains are forged from the fabric of creation.
Schwam. To silent vessels, I give voice. I'll use my godlike powers to give mouths to the floor for some reason. We are out of healers. Well, that went south real quick. We're all out of healers. If you wanted to buy a healer, we're all out. There's none in the back room. Fresh out of them. Whoops. Hey Steve, hope you're doing well. It's free Kenki. Yeah, you see, that's the genius strategy. When your healers are dead, what you do is you just kill the boss. A really big brain strat. You just kill the boss, Lamau. And Alana says, are Summoner and Red Mage the only two Battle Rest DPS? I mean, that depends on whether you count Blue Mage or not. Right, so now we are doing Thalea. If you want to come along for Thalea, come on over to me. Thalea. You also count Blue Mage. Yeah, Blue Mage technically is a battle racing DPS. It's just only one per 10 minutes, I believe. I'm pretty sure it's every 10 minutes. .5 minutes. Every 5 minutes, and it is reduced by spell speed. Although, I mean, if you're hurting that much for a rest in the middle of combat, you probably should be looking at getting, you know, the mechanics right better rather than focusing on more spell speed. Zero says, used to be Bard too, but Square Enix decided to take it away in exchange for more damage. Well, I mean, Bard had the healer limit break. Then they added Machinist and went, maybe we shouldn't have the ranged physical have like magic as their limit break. By the way, they didn't actually add job-specific limit breaks apparently until Heavensward. Before that, summoners also just summoned a meteor. Really weird. Exactly, James. If you're needing that many raises, there's probably something else going on. Oh, look, it's me. Who else? Aren't all jobs magic anyways? Depends on what you qualify as magic, I suppose. It depends. For example, I just want to highlight that if you want to get a little confused, try and just have your character auto-attack a striking dummy as machinist for like 10 minutes. How do you load the machinist gun? You do this. And now it has a bullet. Bang! 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 You just have to shake out the next bullet. There's like an infinite chamber in there. Don't know how, but it's infinite. You just have to like shake it quickly to get like the next bullet and you can shoot again forever. Very strange. You can see Malice over there. Reload was removed in Shadowbringers. I suppose so, but even then, back in Stormblood, you still did the. You could just load special fancy schmancy bullets with your actions. That's probably right, Silvermint. It is still funny, though. Gleaming says, I love the 1 to 2% phase where you just try to kill the boss. My goal is extreme first clear ended in me begging the healer not to use the limit break while we ignored double meteor. I feel like there's something, like a story here. I'm guessing you plan to like do something like limit break after? Like as the meteors were happening or something so that people could like juke it? You spawn a flamethrower from thin air. I'm pretty sure what Machinist does when they use flamethrower is they just like go and just switch their gun to flamethrower mode. Which is really strange that all your Machinist guns has a flamethrower mode, but you have to pull out a separate shotgun for your scattergun attack, and you have a whole tool that you just like, I don't know, pull out of your like the mask, like tuxedo pants or whatever, just an entire bazooka out of your pocket and just shoot a drill or a chainsaw or whatever. Yeah, classic Machinist. But specifically a flamethrower, that is actually part of your average Machinist gun for God knows why. It's just built in. Like, what Machinist with any self-respect would use a gun that doesn't have a flamethrower built in? It makes perfect sense because, of course, you also can shoot heat blast, so the gun already, like, accumulates heat. It's just that. TARDIS pockets, yeah, pretty much. He's American, it's our new technology. The weird thing with flamethrower, the reason why flamethrower feels like such a pointless action to use, is because the heat gauge worked significantly different back in the day. It was like you put on like a special gauge, like a barrel, a special gauge that you then could like attach with by attaching a special barrel to your gun as like a cooldown, ironically, and while that was on, you could build heat, and when you reached a certain point, your 1, 2, 3 combo turned into a heated version of the same combo, which of course did more damage. I believe you had actions that could then relieve the heat. I can't remember whether flamethrower like depleted the heat meter or generated it, but the point is that the flamethrower interacted with that mechanic. It doesn't anymore, which is why flamethrower doesn't really make sense anymore. It's just like a cone AoE. It's okay. It's actually it's better than scattergun auto crossbow if it hits all of the targets involved. That's the problem here, because flamethrower has like 33% less cone range than scattergun and auto crossbow, and because you can't move, you can't, you know, adjust to get a better position once you start the cast. So it's like it has a lot of things just not going well for it. Flamethrower is so you can eat soup during the trash. Why soup? What if we make shotgun shells for your gun? Don't be stupid, just get another gun with another flamethrower. Of course, the shotgun also has to have a flamethrower. Are you crazy? Soup is very good. Hey Coco, have you had soup recently? I had soup just the other day. All the healers died. Oh. All in the queue, bed to my will. turns the text that says 5 out of 6, 90 degrees.
Let us see how you fare against your servants.
Uh-oh. Yeah. It's time for water sprite explosions. Ba-bam! That is actually a good point, Malice.
Only to be expected for they who vanquished my pupil Byraga.
And then slightly later, you attach a tool that actually shoots literal chainsaws. And I mean chain saws, like plural. It doesn't just go wham and shoot one. You actually go like and just shoot a few of them. It's crazy.
I have looked forward to this moment, children of man.
Ratchet and Clank weapon. You know, that's actually a good point.
Your depth of knowledge.
Boink. With my godlike powers, I make an additional me.
Rage at my behest.
Such power. Such power that you could never wield. Ah!
Not all knowledge is wisdom.
But knowledge is power, and I know a lot.
At what answer will you arrive, I wonder?
Knowledge is power, and I know a lot. Fellcleave noises, yeah, exactly. I know Fellcleave is good. But it's all wisdom knowledge. Exactly, Anolana, a little Hearthstone reference. I learn. Used hero power once. Shoot a little fireball. Pew! I learn. Gain +1 spell power. Or spell damage, sorry. My weakness, geometry.
And you shall find new paths.
I don't remember getting this configuration, like, ever. Weird.
Small wonder the others have exalted so.
Time to summon myself again. But this time
Reveal their nature.
This time I also summon boulders. Two of them, to be exact.
'Tis time for a test.
Is that Mr. Sharlayan himself? Yes, it is.
Me your ruminations.
It is Mr. Sharlayan Final Fantasy. It's John Sharlayan. You thought it was Thaliak, but it is actually John Sharlayan. Part of knowledge is pondering Thaliak's orbs. No! I can't reach from here! Thaliak, just take like a micro step closer, please! Please! My damage! My uptime! My deeps! My paws!
Prove to me the wisdom of man. Well done, wise children. Well done.
So that is an interesting observation, Shiro.
So far, I see. Come then, mortals.
Thaliak, god of healers, patron to the state that made Sage an astrologian, patron to the discipline of scholars, and in his fight, he uses a white mage cane.
Let me prepare a suitable stage for our union.
LZ says, could have probably mitigated and used shake to zero it out. Oh no, it's the principle of not ignoring the mechanic. It's the principle of the matter. I'm making Lamau funnies talking about my past, but I'm not the maximum uptime. Just take it. But you're right. I could probably have done that and easily taken the hit. James says, "All right, place your bets. Everyone who gets spearfished." Do you think anyone's spamming the kiss emote? I mean, you're probably right, Chelsea. I didn't actually even consider doing that. Like, it's just not in my default strategy list to ignore a mechanic. It's just not right. My emote is on Guide to Charge You. That player looks like he'll emote now. I can try. But I don't actually know when it works.
Rise above the white caps.
You can knockback immune that? Really? It never occurred to me that that was an option. I should have done that. Easy mode. It's that easy. Now I've finally done it on stream. Congratulations, you died. You get nothing. Yeah, not exactly incredible to celebrate, is it? Wait, is a tank not tanking? I actually thought a different tank took over. Speedrun get killed by Lim Lane. It actually is supposed to do almost all of your HP and damage, but I'm guessing because I was already tanking the boss, it just went, and then I died. I mean, someone in the chat, in the Alliance chat, seems to be a little bit cross about the fact that the main tank got killed by the kissing thing. But in my defense, we have 3 tanks. The 2 other tanks are supposed to be like backing me up if I do die. Like, that's not my fault. I could have died to something different. I just didn't. It is very dangerous, this main tank, but what's a tank swap? Yeah, I know, right? I just did it because I didn't actually think it would work. Like, genuinely, I didn't think it would work. But I think we've reached a point where most players don't bother anymore, so apparently it was very easy. Thank you, Vjek. I mean, it's not even about a tank swap, it's just about taunt if the tank dies. Like, it's that easy. It's not even about whether you know how to tank swap. It's just... I mean, if the tank isn't, if someone is like, if it's not a tank tanking the boss, then taunt, right? If you're a tank, that's your job. Like the reason why it snuck up on me is because I couldn't imagine that the 2 other tanks would just not provoke
Thank you
after I died.
for making it this far. Not long now.
You don't even have to taunt before the tank dies. If you just turn on your tank stance throughout the fight so that you're like pretty high on enmity, you will just be the 2nd or 3rd target like naturally.
I am the last of us to face you.
Is there any lore reason why she attacks you, or is it just meant as a joke? There is a lore reason. I believe there's a specific fish you can fish up that has like the lore story that there was this one time where one of the other gods did a thing, and she did exactly that, threw a fish or something, threw a spear or something at them. You know, classic tsundere behavior. I am the last of us to face you. Duty progress 3 out of 6. It was a literal spearfish. Well, there you go. Look at the Magie says it might be the Navigator's dagger. Right. It was Oshun, that's why he lives so far away from Lim Lane. That's really funny. I think I'll just move away, and probably for the best. Yeah, this was a case of me just like entertaining the joke, because I was like, I don't think I can actually do it. If you paid attention to my key presses, you'd notice that I think I pressed the blow kiss emote like a grand total of like 10 times. And it just happened to work. Like, I wasn't trying that hard, which is why it kind of surprised me that it even worked in the first place.
Wind, guide my arrow. My bowstring sings.
Might have been like slightly more than 10 times, but I didn't click it very many times. Let's just say that. And the reason why it might have worked is just because I know that she will not do it if she's in the middle of a different mechanic. So the times I pressed the button was when she was like in the end lag of a different mechanic. So like, instead of like just mashing until it worked, I waited until there was actually like a chance it would work.
Your prayers have given us strength. By fighting you, that strength shall be returned to the star. Come, grant us our heart's desire.
I don't quite understand what you mean there, Gleaming. Was that in Golbus? Oh no, he's hot.
Those who hesitate are lost.
He also randomly has like a summoner horn. I think like, so I've been thinking about what I'll do when so in Dawn Trail we happen to, excuse me, in Dawn Trail apparently we are getting a spectacle slot or a face slot for glamour, So you can have glasses on and a hat. And something that I've always wanted to be able to do is both have a summoner horn and a pair of glasses. So that'll be great.
I'm glad that it was you who came to us.
Ow.
Here our journey ends.
Ah! Ow, 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 ow. Painful arrows.
Blessings be upon you on the road ahead.
Blessings be upon you on the road ahead. Throws hooks in my face. Thanks. I think. Also, Trumokius has a huge bow, yet out attacks with a glowy palm strike.
May the wind ever be at your back.
Whoops! I did not mean to use Holmgang there. How about some more hooks? Blessings be upon you. Have more blessings!
The sweet soul of parting. I beg you, stay the course to the end.
Yeah, very true, Mokius. Despite everything, they're really trying hard to kill you while saying thank you so much, bless you and stuff. Just, ow, ow, thanks, I think thanks, I'm not sure.
Those ones I leave to you.
Bonk.
It seems we're being summoned. Go, my friend. I will stay here with the others.
I'll be sure to be interrupting the C group at the very least. When I can. Which is not now. Oh boy. The interrupt is only available every second time they cast just often enough that I can't. I think it's like a mix of that, Angel, and then something else that they talk about in the story itself.
Come, children, fulfill our final wish. See, every last lotus returns to the star. By the power vested in us.
See. And the thing is, if they're trying to make a really cool fight, what really matters is whether it's really cool and it's satisfying. Doesn't have to be like, oh wow, really hard necessarily. As long as it's fun. Oops. I really thought I had it there. Oh well. I just now realized that the boss actually attacks all 3 tanks on every auto attack. Challenge for Kai, collect 8 vulnerability stacks. I wouldn't subject my healers to that. And then a donut. A bagel even. To celebrate 6 months with. That's a callback. Thank you. You could even call it a call bagel. Oh no! I did the wrong combo finisher. The Thunder God fight is excellent as well. And that is something that, as you know, can't do a stream like this without mentioning it. That is something I remember World of Warcraft raid designers said years ago, that a tank isn't having fun unless they're taking damage. Which is like, it's not perfect, but it's mostly correct, right? Like, it's mostly correct. Oh. I just realized I don't even have to do the mechanic because I'm a warrior, lol. The difficult part with that, Chelsea, is that while it would be nice if the fight is a little harder when it is new, a key reason why a significant amount of more lazy players don't like things like Obon and Obon and Dunskate and even Tower Paradigm's Breach is because they're hard. Like when you're doing them for your 1 weekly clear every week, then it is perfectly understandable that you would like it to be a little bit more challenging, right? When you're doing it as Alliance Roulette, it gets a little annoying when there's some guy that just doesn't get it, so that you have, like, you're there for 45 minutes or more. So I can see why they maybe don't want to make the Alliance raids too demanding, because it's going to be a drag once they stop being current stuff.
Not a single note of strength shall we hold back.
I don't mean to say that because of those lazy players, the rest of us has to quote unquote suffer. But it's just to say that I can see the benefit of not making the alliance raids too difficult. But on the other hand, they could also just nerf them, make them easier once they're like cycling out of being current. Like they could absolutely do that as an alternative solution.
Overcome our final test.
I also think that what we have is great. The thing is, this alliance raid got a lot of flack for being easy compared to the previous two like alliance raids in the set. But the key thing that makes the two previous alliance raids quote-unquote harder is because both of the previous alliance raids were using more underhanded tactics. Like, a particular example is that the first boss in the entire alliance raid series, one of his most lethal attacks is pushing the floor away under you, so you just fall to your death. That's one of his most lethal moves in his entire toolkit. The second boss, one of his most lethal tools, is pushing you off the hand you're fighting on. And the final boss literally just has a do it right or you die kind of mechanic. So like, in my opinion, the reason why a lot of people mistakenly view the first two alliance raids as harder is more so because they view it as how much did I die when I did it. And I don't think that's a fair assessment, because if the boss uses underhanded tactics to just cheese you, that's not necessarily a difficult mechanic, it's just a mean mechanic or an unfair mechanic. Also, yeah, flashbangs all around. I didn't see who did it. 69, nice. But yeah, I do agree, Chelsea. They could have made, they could have done more. But it's just, the reason why I'm specifically focused on Thalea is because I remember a lot of people complained. It was red mages flashbang. It was 2 red mages. It was 2 red mages. I think. No, wait, it was not 2 red mages. It was 1 red... Wait, no. It was 2 red mages, right? I'm pretty sure it was 2 red mages. That's why I couldn't tell who it was, because I didn't see which one it was. But yeah, the reason why I'm specifically focused on Thalea is because I do remember when it was newly released that a lot of people specifically said that they thought that it was underwhelming, underwhelming compared to the 2 other alliance raids in the tier, specifically because it didn't have as many mean mechanics or really punishing mechanics. But the thing is, what this specific raid doesn't have that the 2 previous ones do have is specifically something that just... Cat Damon says, I used our LB. Oh. Well, in that case, I don't even have anything to commend either of the red mages for, because Cat Damon did the meteor and I couldn't even see it because of all the flashbangs. I can't commend Cat Damon, unfortunately. But yeah, it's just that I don't think knockback mechanics with no edge on the arena is a hard mechanic. It's just a really punishing mechanic. Like, it's exactly as, like, difficult and punishing as if the boss just has an attack that kills you if you're not standing correctly in it. It's the same, it's just that the first 2 alliance raids had more of that, whereas this one doesn't. But I do get what you're saying, Chelsea, that they could probably have made it harder. I do get that. I don't remember if I wiped a single time on my first go in any of the 3 alliance raids, actually. Is it hard if you can solve it mindlessly the second time? See, that is also a good point. I've talked about mean boss mechanics before, and when I say mean boss mechanics, I typically mean mechanics where it's like, oh, you didn't know what the mechanic did beforehand? Well, then you don't get it right and then you die. Which means that once you've seen it, as you say, look at the Magi, once you've seen it, it's trivial the second time. And, for example, with the first boss in the first alliance raid, once you've seen what the hammers do, there's a reasonable chance that you know what to do about it. Silverman says, Limlane has some mechanics that can catch you off guard, like when she pushes you out of the arena into that tunnel, we had to run back to her. To be fair, if you're looking behind you, the tunnel she throws you down, she just created. And then like 10 seconds later, she actually throws you down that tunnel. So it shouldn't come as too much of a surprise that she sent you down there, because she just made the tunnel. Like, that's like a Chekhov's gun kind of situation, right? She wouldn't like, it would have been weirder if she had made that tunnel down the lane and didn't throw you down there. Like, the alternative is that she does some mechanic that is such a massive AoE that you have to run down the tunnel to survive. Like, that's the alternative path that could have gone. Angel says that we're talking about Construct 7 from Lighthouse. That is a pretty good example of a weirdly difficult mechanic. And I say weirdly difficult because either you get it or you don't. And what I mean by that is I have never failed the math mechanic on Construct 7. Ever. Not even once. But the reason for that is because I know what he means when he says, set your HP or set your vitals to a prime number. Then I just go, oh, well, what's a prime number? And then you just figure that out. Okay, Mad Boy. Exactly. I am indeed a mathematician. Exactly, Analana. Ah, yes, a strange tunnel. That must be relevant. That is basically Chekhov's gun, is that if you put, like, if you have the camera focus on, like, oh, there's a gun in the room in, like, a movie, then it's important. It comes up later. It should. Shiro says, ah yes, 24 people screaming in confusion as Nemea pulls out real tarot cards after 9 years of legally distinct astrologian tarot cards. Hey Deb, hope you're doing well. I would say the stream is doing well. The angel says, I failed it only because I didn't know you have to actually stand in it. Yeah, so the problem with Construct 7, and this is why I've said before, they should add voice acting to Construct 7. Is because he does a mechanic that sets your max HP to a single digit number. But because he sets your max HP to it, your HP is still full. So out of the corner of your eye, you might not actually notice that your HP changed because only the number changed. The bar's still full. And then he says in text, sound familiar with tutorials? Set your HP to a number that is a multiple of 3, for example. And then maybe you step in one of the circles, and if you haven't noticed that your HP changed, you're absolutely not going to notice that it changes when you step in the circles. Right? Like, that's the problem. That first he does a mechanic that you can easily miss entirely, and then he explains what you're supposed to do with it in text. Like, that's the two mistakes. That's the problem with Construct 7. The only reason why I didn't make that mistake was because I was warned by my free company of the existence of Lighthouse and Math Robot. So I knew it was coming. So like when the mechanic happened, I wasn't too surprised by it. I hadn't seen footage of the fight, but I knew he existed. And so I wasn't like surprised and confused. I was immediately looking for what it was I had to match, right? Like that was what I was looking for, was okay, so what is it that I have to math here? And then I see my HP has changed. And the reason why it is a problem that he explains what you need to do in text is because most of the time, those text blurbs that happen in the middle of a boss fight doesn't have anything to do with the boss fight. It's just the boss taunting you or talking to you about something. It's usually not a boss mechanic, right? That's why it's a problem. That's also why a long time ago I had this discussion with some friends. We were talking about if you had to construct a boss mechanic based on your character in Final Fantasy XIV, what would it be? And one particular mechanic that I said it would have in my case would be a mechanic where just like print a massive text dump, like just a gigantic text dump that explains what each individual player has to do. But you have to find yourself in the text, which is like your entire chat log. Just you have to figure out where you have to stand specifically. And then there's like maybe 8 circles. You're like, well, I want the black mage to stand over there. And things like that. Because I think it would be hilarious. And also extremely mean. And also something that I'm sure third-party tools would solve like that. So I just think it would be hilarious to have a mechanic like that. It would, of course, also be accompanied by, like, a chipmunk level sound of, like, my character speaking, just because they're saying all that in a moment. I think that would be hilarious, but it would be extremely unfair. It would be incredibly unfair. And then I also added that I wanted to go, can you remember what your position was, like 5 minutes later in the fight? Like, just not saying the entire text dump again, just going, do it again, remember where your position was. Because I think that would also be hilarious. Just have you get given a specific position you have to stand in with a reasonable time to react, and then 5 minutes later to go, do it again. And the reason why that would be funny is because I think some of the most interesting boss fights are those where, like, for example, the stock, the junction and stuff like that on E12 is really interesting, where it's like, I'm choosing these 2 mechanics, and then like a minute later the boss brings it up. So I just think it would be extremely funny to have a boss fight that just takes that to like 11 and just go, well, I'm actually, like, remember that? Like, this mechanic comes, like, maybe at the start of the fight, and then way later, the boss is like, do you remember what it was? Do it again. And I think that would be funny. I wasn't saying I was going to make a good boss fight, I just thought it would be hilarious. Duty name, the Sprout Weeder Heart. Angel says, boss telling you what to do in text? Sounds like Ukop and Nail. Although it's an ultimate, so maybe expectable. I mean, yeah. I would say so, that it's somewhat expected that ultimates really like go out of their way to do something weird and unusual. You look at the Magi says, to give an example of mechanic I'd say is hard, even though the solution isn't that complicated once you know it. Levin Strike, summoning in P9S. Still need to move quickly to solve it again. Is Levin Strike limit cut? Or is that something completely different? I haven't done P9S, as you can imagine. But it generally, once you go into Savage territory, it stops being a case of, oh, you can't have mean mechanics, because the Savage fights are designed to take you multiple goes. Like, they're designed to be like, oh, well, I guess you'll get it right next time. Like, they're supposed to be like, here's a really complicated mechanic, figure out how to do it. Like, that's how they're designed. But an alliance raid, or a normal raid, or a trial on normal or hard, for that matter, where that matters, the fights are technically designed to be beatable in your first attempt, which means that mean mechanics, by contrast, are far more unfair, because you're not necessarily supposed to have a second go. Like, normally you get it first try, which means that anything that just kills you if you don't get it right the first time, and you don't know what is right the first time, is extra unfair, because that one attempt is that more valuable, you could say, if that makes sense. Angel says P8S phase 1 had a moment where boss did cast partner stack or spread and wait to use it after it finished another mechanic. That is pretty mean. A particular one that I found was somewhat mean in particular was, from a while back, was E6S. So that's this one. Most of the fight perfectly fine. If you've done E6S, you might remember there's this part during Raxapaxa, you know, Melon Man part, where they merge, where he summons, or it summons, a fire tornado in two edges of the arena, and the tanks and the the tank and the healer has to move away to like direct those in a specific way. Meanwhile, all of the DPS has to bait a different mechanic in the middle. The thing is, if one person fails for just a moment, it's an instant wipe. That's not a problem. But it would have been nice if they put such a unique mechanic that is that punishing, like, not 5 minutes into the fight. You know what I mean? Like, the problem isn't the mechanic. The problem is that they just go, oh, here's this completely new thing, and one single lapse in judgment and you're dead. 5 minutes in. It means it's very hard to practice that mechanic, because you have to do everything right leading up to it, just to get a chance to practice it. And I say a chance because it's technically a body check, because if you're missing anyone, then you wipe. Chelsea says that fight is mean to the tanks. There is at least 1 or 2 points where it was a massive issue that some of my team, for some time, my team had 2 Dark Knights as our tanks. The reason why that was a particular problem is, of course, because back then Dark Knight's Living Dead wasn't particularly helpful as an invuln. It was because there was a double tank buster during the phase where you're fighting both Garuda and Ifrit. So both tanks had to invuln, I believe. Or at least one of them had to. So the problem was that if you have 2 Dark Knights, then you don't have a viable invuln. Or you didn't back then. It is, I think, mean mechanics are fair game in Savage. However, I do think that the further into the fight a mean mechanic is placed, the more unfair it is, because you have to wait that long to get it. Like, it makes sense that the fight escalates as the fight progresses. Like, that makes sense, but like, then make the tornado mechanic earlier, and then have the bait mechanic earlier, and then combine them later, right? Like, then it's not like, oh, here's 2 new things, figure it out yourself. It's now a combined, which is a thing that is normal in Final Fantasy XIV raiding, right? That the boss goes, here's one mechanic, here's a different mechanic, now I combine them. Like, that would make sense. The only problem I have with that particular mechanic in E6S is because it just goes, here's 2 new things. Like 5 minutes into the fight. They could have shown one and then they could have shown, I'm pretty sure they don't. They could have shown one during the Ifrit phase and one during the Garuda phase because they were specifically Ifrit and Garuda mechanics, or fire and wind mechanics, respectively. So it could make sense. They could have done it like that. I can see why it might, like, give problems with the fight length if they do that. But, you know, just saying, it was a mean mechanic because of that. That doesn't mean that it is a bad fight. Not by any means. It's just, it's a little unfair. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. It's just a little unfair. Just as a counterbalance to me saying mean mechanics are fair game in Savage raids at the same time. It's not always fun if the mean mechanic is really late in the fight. And Angel says Gorgon 2 is the end of phase 1. How long is phase 1? How long is it? Okay, 7 to 8 minutes. Oh boy. That is rough. That is rough. Hey, but we actually managed to get all of the... We did manage to get all of the roulettes and duties done on stream just about in time. We finished Salea like 3 minutes past 8. Well, 8 my time, right? We just barely managed it. You forgot... No, I didn't forget Guildhest. I actually started the stream by saying we're not doing those. Or did I forget to say I don't do Guildhest specifically? I don't normally do these. Actually, you didn't forget. I actually think it's interesting when a boss has like a random mix-up. That was something that I think was particularly interesting about Seed of Sacrifice. Is that this particular boss fight, I don't think it does it on normal, but I'm pretty sure on extreme, he has like a bunch of random orders. Like he just like chooses, like he has 3 paths, I think, 2 or 3 paths, and Enrage happens once all 3 paths have been done. But which path he does is random. I think that is really interesting. However, it's really unusual and outlandish for Final Fantasy XIV bosses because they don't normally do that. Matthew says, you did say you weren't doing it, but we can pretend you didn't. Fair enough. Well, as long as I didn't promise anything about it, then that's fine. I do think Guildhests are really, really boring. Guildhest or Riot. Do you really want to see Guildhest that bad? Guildhest Ultimate. We can do Guildhest. Although if we want a short one... Oh, perfect. That turtle ultimate, oh boy. Siren! Siren! Are you there? Are you there? Oh, it is turtle. The key thing is don't kill the turtle. Don't kill the turtle. Nice call, by the way. I can't remember if we're supposed to pull it somewhere specific. Bonk him for a bit, okay. Such a weird quest. And it's gone! That's how hunting works, everyone. You just put the turtle to sleep and it just disappears in an instant. It doesn't like it's not even in a puff of smoke, it's just gone. Incredible. Incredible gameplay. Just doesn't get better than that, does it? The thing that is funny about that one is if you get that guild hest, I haven't gotten it very many times, but it almost never fails that someone just goes wow and just kills the turtle. And then you get duty failed and you're just sitting there like... Even if you try and tell them not to. Because they're not like, oh, it's just guild hest, just turn brain off, attack things, and then they fail because they didn't do the thing right. It's quite silly, that. See, tanks forget about moving the turtle. Some people just refuse to read chat. That is true. There's also the part that sometimes they just don't. The weird thing I've seen, I don't know how common it is, and I don't know if it's specifically a console thing, but I feel like it's more common that console players have like an unreasonably tiny chat log. I don't know if that's like a common thing, but I've just seen it quite a lot. And if you have a really, really, really small chat log, it's very easy for someone saying, don't kill the turtle, to just get pushed out by something else. Like, there's quite a lot of text that happens in a guild hest like that. Let me just show you. We enter it here, and there's just blah, 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 blah. Like, there's a lot of stuff that is just getting, like, spoken at you. So if someone tries to say, don't hit the turtle, it might just get pushed out. Here says, the ones that get me are people who hold W during rescue after you pull them out of danger. The ones that really get me are those that you rescue them over to the safe spot only for them to walk right back where they were. And then they get hit anyway. And you're just sitting there. questioning life choices. Just... like, it's slightly more understandable when it's like a black mage using between the lines to teleport back to the ley lines. But it's like that's almost like a reflex thing at that point. But it's still annoying. Like, I used rescue on you for a reason. Look at the Magi says, if your res macro says more than raising player name, you're saying too much in it. Pretty much. And for the most part, only one sound effect. Max. And what I mean by max is it might not need one at all. And see, Malice, part of the problem here is that people use rescue to troll with, which then leads people to have the default reaction when they get rescued, like, oh no, now I die because someone's trying to be funny. Ugh. Whereas, if people, like, if the default wasn't that, then people might be less scared of getting rescued. But it is true that people often have, like, or sometimes have ridiculously unnecessarily long texts about whatever. Just because. The particular one is, like, stupidly long macros. Like this one I made. And it's not even that long. I just ran out of things I could possibly write in it that I could imagine someone would write in it. And the reason why I have this macro is because I made a guide on how to make and use macros a while back. And I included a good example of a raise macro. It doesn't even have a sound. It's just raise on X. With no sound. And then the slightly the okay one is raise on X with a sound. Here's an interesting story, Shiro, on that. A long time ago, I did Castrum Lacus Latore, so that's one of those mega raids in Boja. And someone in my group had a raise macro. All it said was raise on X and then a sound effect. Now, the problem was, and here's the key core issue, the core problem with a macro raise is because it is a macro, it doesn't benefit from spell queuing, which means that you're more likely to have to press it multiple times. And you know what happens when you press a macro with a sound effect multiple times and a text message multiple times? That's right, it drowns the entire party chat and spams everyone with sound effects. And I kid you not, there was someone in my... like, I was just like, oh, that's mildly annoying. I think I just turned off the sound source that the notifications came from. Like, oh, nah, I don't care. Or I just turned down the volume or something. Someone else in the group got so annoyed that they left the group. The thing is, Castrum Lacus Latore, you can just leave and join groups. Like, it's an open world zone, you could say. So you can just, like, he could just join a different group. This person got so annoyed by this sound spam that he left after hearing it, like, twice. And what I mean by that is that the person mashed raise 15 times on 2 occasions. And that was enough for someone to leave. Like, that was enough for someone to leave. Like, part of the reason why I don't use a raise macro is because the thing you're trying to avoid with a raise macro is by announcing that you're raising someone. By announcing it, you're hoping that your co-healer does not click Swift Cast. so that they waste their raise. Like, that is generally the main point, the main benefit of the raise macro. Now, the thing is, when you click that, there's ample time for the other healer to have already clicked Swift Cast. Like, the macro doesn't actually do anything about that. In fact, if it's in a stressful enough situation, your co-healer doesn't see it. They might be listening to loud music, so they don't hear it. So it doesn't do anything. However, if you don't use a raise macro, then you don't have to worry about spell queuing not being present, and you don't have to worry about hurrying it out. If you click Swift Cast, then you're raising. The only time you aren't is if you click Swift Cast, see that the person has already been raised, and you're like, guess I'm pressing doses then. But yeah, that's the thing. The only way you can make a raise macro work and like be consistently successful is if you make a raise macro that says that you're raising someone, but it doesn't actually include this part. Like, you just say, Dips, I'm raising him, and then you wait a few seconds to see if the other healer does anything, and then you click Swift Cast Raise. But that doesn't help either, because you don't know if the other healer saw it. Does Swiftcast have an animation lock? Yes, about 0.625 seconds, like all actions do as minimum, with very few exceptions. Whenever you use any action, it incurs a 0.625-ish animation lock, and where do I get that number from? It's half a second times twice your plus twice your latency, and a relatively reasonable latency is around 60. That's pretty normal. Can be significantly more, can be less. But around 60 is a pretty reasonable number and typically works for calculations. So around 0.625 seconds. Which means that if you want to use, if you make a raise macro that uses both Swiftcast and raise with one key press, then you click it, it announces, you press Swiftcast, then have a 1 second wait, first problem, and then you raise. Why is that a problem? Because the person who isn't using a raise macro can do it exactly on 0.625 seconds. Which means they're faster. Which means that your announcement is irrelevant because they already raised the person before you did. Like, it's not like I'm saying that you can't have a raise macro. I'm just saying that the thing that raise macros are trying to accomplish generally doesn't work. Like, you can't do it. You cannot avoid this problem. People are trying to avoid it. It's the same, actually. It's exactly the same problem as people that make a Living Dead macro, where they say, don't heal me, I'm using Living Dead. Either your healer knows what Living Dead is, so they're not healing you, or they don't know what Living Dead is, meaning that they don't have time to heal, to read what you're saying, because you're currently dying. Like, the only way for such a warning macro to work is if you use it, the macro announcement, significantly before you actually use the action. Like, you have to, like, if you're going, I'm going to use Living Dead on this pull, then you have to say, I'm using Living Dead on this pull. And then pull. And then use Living Dead. And then hope that the healer knows what you meant by that. Similar to how you would have to announce, I'm going to rest that person. And then hope that the other healer understood that. And acknowledged that. And then you raise them. But in that time, you could have just raised them. Shiro says, my Living Dead macro doesn't cast Living Dead, it's just I plan to use Living Dead. See, that works if your healer knows what that means. If they don't, then they just go, okay. And then they ignore the fact they're using Living Dead. The reason why I think about this is actually based on a different story, which is actually from World of Warcraft. I can't remember what it was called. But, so in Legion, World of Warcraft Legion, Brewmaster monks had like an artifact ability they could use like every minute or so, where they just threw like a massive barrel of like beer or something that explodes, and all enemies, including bosses that get hit, will automatically miss all attacks for like 4 seconds. Which means that it is like basically like hallowed ground for 4 seconds. Yeah, explosive cake. Now, the problem here is that I would say to my party on Discord, right? I would say that I'm going to use it. And we were doing Mythic Plus dungeons, so there's like a time limit, so like we're in a bit of a hurry. So I don't say I'm going to do this, I just say I am doing this, and then I do it. And after like the 5th time I stated it in a specific dungeon, one of them goes, okay, so listen, Kai. Well, back then it just called me Chaiji, right? None of us have remotely any idea what that means. We don't know what that cooldown means. So we don't know what you want us to do about it, because we don't know what it does. We have no idea. So how are we going to play? What does it mean when you say you're using explosive cake? And they're like, oh, it means I don't take damage for 4 seconds. Oh. Well, that would have been convenient to know a little bit earlier. Which taught me 2 things. One, if the announcement that you're using a cooldown doesn't actually matter for your group, case in point, my healer didn't need to be told that I'm not taking damage for 4 seconds, they still needed to heal me, then there's no reason to announce it. And 2, if the person you're announcing to doesn't know what your announcement means, then you might as well not say it. Which is why, if you're saying I'm planning to use Living Dead, you might want to add that it means you shouldn't get healed, for example, so that someone who doesn't know what it means has a chance to understand. Because if you don't add that, then there's a reasonable chance that your announcement falls flat, not because the person doesn't want to participate in it, but because they don't know how to. It's complicated, but that's like the reason why I think about this, is because I'm just imagining my friends going, I don't know what that means. What does Living Dead mean? Does it mean you do more damage? See, they did not know about the cake. The thing is that Monk is really weird in World of Warcraft. So it's not surprising in the slightest that they didn't know what that was. I believe after the dungeon there, we sat down and went over what all my cooldowns are, because none of them had a clue. I mean, I don't know what my tank does. Might be neat to know. It's like those kinds of things is really weird. Because you're trying to help, but it just doesn't work. What was your favorite Monk cooldown back then? Well, my favorite thing to do with Monk back then was before they ruined it after the Nighthold patch, where they made it so you couldn't stack Iron Brew indefinitely. My favorite thing was that if you had a specific combination of talents, you could actually be completely impervious to damage for 15 seconds by completely freezing your stagger bar, while also making sure that 100% of damage you take lands in the stagger bar. You immediately die after doing that trick, but it's really funny that you could. You used a blackout combo, and then every time you spent the combo on Iron Brew, it froze the stagger bar for like 3 or 4 seconds, which was just enough that you could just loop it until you ran out of Iron Brew stacks or charges. You of course needed to use Iron Skin Brew or whatever it was called to do that. But it was like the combined thing that I thought was hilarious. Shiro says, when I was first learning, I didn't actually know Living Dead had a sound effect and had to have a very rude mentor point out what it sounded like. So what if it has a sound effect? Huh? And like I mean in relation to the root mentor, I'm like, and so what if it has a sound effect? Like, I mean, I know Benediction has a sound effect, but I'm not saying, okay, so if you don't know the sound of Benediction, then you're bad. Some players play Final Fantasy XIV without sound on. Like, some players play Final Fantasy like this. Some players like to play like this. Not even a click sound when you use actions. Some players like to play it like this. Actually, they're probably more likely to play it like this. So going, this action has a sound effect, why don't you recognize it? Is really weird to me. Swan says some people might also be hard of hearing. Also true, and indeed, if you're not a Dark Knight player, the sound of Living Dead can easily get drowned out in the cacophony of everything else. Some players might be deaf. I raided in a short time frame in World of Warcraft with a deaf player. Like, we had a 20-man raid team, and player number 20 was deaf. Just completely. The good news is that he was very good at boss mechanics, so we didn't have to explain anything to him over voice. It was just, this is the boss, this is what you do, and then he did it right. I don't even know it was a he, but it was a deaf person. They were good, so we didn't have any issues. It was really funny. Like, that happens. Of course it happens. But I'm imagining what Shiro means with a very rude mentor is that it could just be that a mentor was, like, kind of mean about it, mentioning that Living Dead had a sound effect. And not expecting Shiro specifically to know it. I don't know. I don't know the story. But it does sound weird for a mentor to be like, Living Dead has a sound effect, you know? Like, it does. It sounds like this. And there's no other action in the game that has that sound effect, to my knowledge. At least not player accessible. But good luck hearing that while you're also hearing this. And 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 just figure out which ones of them are actually Living Dead. Like, good luck with that. You never get to hear it sing like on its own unless you're the Dark Knight. Also that, as Malice says, good luck hearing that when the samurai is hitting their AoE combo on 8 mobs at once. Shing, 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 shing. 8 times sound effect. Or Stalwart Soul hitting 8 things. And yes, Shiro, I can also pick out action, like unique sound effects for actions in a crowd. But the thing is, you need to first know what the sound is. So if you didn't play Dark Knight as such, you didn't know what Living Dead was, you absolutely didn't know what the sound of Living Dead was. Like, that's like just adding fuel to the fire. Like, it's even weirder to go, well, it has a sound effect. Like, I can to some degree determine someone's rotation. Like, if I'm just focusing on one person, see, that's also a unique sound effect. If I'm focusing on a specific person in a dungeon or something, there's a reasonable chance that I can determine whether they're making a rotation mistake, like a core mistake of some sort, by not hearing a specific sound. And one thing is being able to pick out sounds in a crowd. Another thing is going, I don't think he's using Ricochet, something like that. Without ACT or anything. And I can also guarantee... I can guarantee you that if my tank is using Living Dead, I might hear the sound and go, oh, Living Dead. But I see it here first, because before Living Dead has even fully played its sound effect, the buff is already there, and there's a reasonable chance that a second has already passed. Like, if you're reacting to the sound effect, you've already messed it up. Like, you've already ruined it. Because you might have just finished casting a heal on the Dark Knight, which you didn't want to do. Like, it's really hard with this. I just heard a cure 1. See, that's the difficult part with all of these white mage spells, because many of them make that ring sound that Cure 1 makes. Mayor Clanger says, do you have a video aimed at healers to know the different tank invuln states, etc., and how to deal with them? Like when to heal and when to not? I don't think I have a video specifically on that. I don't. However, I can tell you right now, Mayor Clanger, I can just explain to you how it works. If it's you who's asking. If a warrior is using Holmgang, which is a buff that look like this, then they cannot die for 10 seconds. Which means you have no reason to heal them unless this says 1 or 2. Like if it's just about to end, then consider healing them just in case the warrior isn't using bloodwetting themselves. The reason I'm saying that is because the warrior is perfectly capable of healing themselves up after Holmgang. Most of the time. But if you see this, then you don't have to heal the tank until this ends. If your tank is a Dark Knight, they will use Living Dead. When they use it, you will see this icon, this hourglass icon as their buff. It lasts 10 seconds. This doesn't do anything itself. However, if the Dark Knight dies while it is colored, right? Like while it has color, the buff will turn gray. Like it will go completely gray, and then the Dark Knight will heal for an astronomically large amount with every attack they do until they're fully healed. Which means if you heal them fully, they will not be able to do that themselves. If you let them do it themselves, they will typically heal up fully without your help. So when you see the hourglass, you don't have to do anything unless it is still colored and it is about to run out. Like if you determine they're not going to die before this runs out, then they will actually die, because this doesn't do anything until it reaches the gray state. When it is gray, the Dark Knight cannot die, so they're perfectly safe. And if they get fully healed, this icon is actually replaced with something that looks like a red version of this icon. Like all of the white and blue is replaced with red. And that just means that they're invulnerable. Like they can't die for the remainder of the duration. They stop healing, so now it's your problem again. But if you see the hourglass, then consider not helping them. Like just let them die. Unless there's like 1 or 2 seconds left. If there's nearly no time left and they're clearly not going to die in that time, you have to save them. This is the reason why Darkness is very complicated, because you can do it wrong as a healer. The best you can do is if you see the Dark Knight use Living Dead, don't do anything, don't heal them. If it reaches 1 or 2 seconds left and they still haven't died, then start like considering maybe I should heal them. If your tank is a Gunbreaker and you see this icon, you will also subsequently see that your tank is now at 1 HP and you are probably very stressed. The tank is invulnerable for the next 10 seconds. The next 10 seconds. So if you just like casually heal them up to a safe range in the next 10 seconds, you're good. You don't have to like just throw everything you have. Just, you know, put a regen on them. Maybe, like, if you have an OGSD heal of some sort, like, maybe you have Tetragrammaton, maybe you have Essential Dignity. Like, just a little thing, you just give them that. But you have 10 seconds, they're completely impervious to damage during this. Like, they don't eat, like, they are at 1 HP, correct, but they don't take damage at all. So, like, you're safe to take your time. A little bit. Finally, if you see this Hallowed Ground icon, your tank is a paladin. then they're just impervious to damage. There's just nothing else. If the paladin happens to be on low HP when they use it, then you have 10 seconds to like help them back up. But if they're fine, you don't have to do anything, because the paladin is completely impervious to all damage. They're taking 0 damage for the next 10 seconds. So to summarize, don't help. Let the tank deal with it themselves. Consider healing them when they're low HP, like when the duration is almost out, like when they're just about to end, especially if they're below level 56, because then they can't save themselves, then you have to do it. If you see this, don't do anything unless it's almost run out and it hasn't turned gray yet. If it does turn gray, just keep in mind if it's reaching like 1 or 2 seconds left, maybe heal them, because they will actually die if it reaches 0 while it's gray. It has to turn into the red raise icon in the time or they will die. If you see this or this, just heal them a little bit. Like, just if they need healing, do as you do, but you don't have to do anything. Not in the immediate present. You don't have to like react to it. You just have to like plan ahead. You have 10 seconds to freestyle whatever you want. I hope that helps you, Major Clanger. I know it's a little complicated, especially with Living Dead, but it's simply because it's like your tank might not be using Living Dead correctly, so they might not actually be using it against something that will kill them. But maybe they used it too early, so now they die in 15 seconds, and now you let them. Glad you found it helpful. Enjoy. And Rolanda says, I have an extra question. I have extra questions about Living Dead still. Go ahead. Does external healer healing not count towards it? And is gray good or bad? If you watch the... So we actually did a little bit of a test on that in my most recent Test Your Claims video. The second one, where Aradel helped me test. Any healing counts. And as long as the Dark Knight gets fully healed or receives healing equal to their full HP, then they will get the Undead Rebirth buff, which is the red raise icon. Gray is both good and bad. So let me go down the list. The Dark Knight time will turn gray regardless. Let me go down the list. So it's a really long tooltip, right? You can just barely see it. Oh, like it doesn't actually go into my camera. It is colored while it is called Living Dead. You can see in the tooltip here that when your HP is reduced to 0, it instead becomes Walking Dead. Walking Dead has the same icon and lasts a new 10 seconds, like a fresh 10 seconds, and is the gray version of the icon. While you have Walking Dead, your weapon skills or spells for each target they hit casts a cure potency of 1,500 potency on the Dark Knight. I think you need like 6,000 or so to fully heal with the Dark Knight themselves. Like, they just need to like continue their rotation, and if they're on AoE, they just click Unleash, and they have full HP immediately. When they have been healed enough, the buff instead turns into Undead Rebirth, which is the red raise icon. During Undead Rebirth, they lose that thing where they heal for an astronomical amount with every attack. However, they keep the effect of not being able to die. And while the icon is grey, they are also unable to die. It only turns grey if the Dark Knight actually dies while they have the colored hourglass symbol. Like, if they have the colored version here called Living Dead active on them as a buff, and they die, then they don't die and instead get the Walking Dead buff, which means they can't die and they heal for an astronomical amount. If this buff runs out, then they just lose Living Dead, and then if they get killed 2 seconds later, then they just die normally. So the reason why this is really complicated is because the Dark Knight clicks Living Dead, they have to reach 0 HP in the next 10 seconds. or it just whiffs and does nothing. If they do reach 0 HP in that time, then the action actually activates and they actually become they become unable to be killed. Like, Living Dead is if you die, then you get this effect, which the warrior effect for 10 seconds, and you also get this effect called like a super version of this, which just makes you heal for every target you hit. Like, you just get those two effects combined for 10 seconds, but only if you actually die in the first 10 seconds. Correct, Major Clanger. Precisely, you got it right. If they don't die during Living Dead, healer may have to do a panic heal if they're very low HP. Exactly, and that is exactly why I'm like, I mean, don't help them, but if it looks like they're not actually going to die when there's like 2 seconds left on the buff, you might have to do something, because they might die 2 seconds later. And yes, Anolana, if it turns grey, then Living Dead was activated successfully. Then it actually like does all the good stuff. Like, then it becomes very nice. Just keep in mind that while Walking Dead has the capacity to heal for an absolutely insane amount of healing, it stops healing the moment you've healed yourself fully. Like, once you reach Undead Rebirth, it stops healing. Compare that to Warrior's Bloodwedding that just heals endlessly. Like, that can heal for more simply on account of not having a cap of how much it is allowed to heal. It's very confusing, I know. Chelsea says that Gunbreaker deserves to be in the grave for clicking it off. It's really memey that. If you're a Gunbreaker and you do the Super Polite and then remove Super Polite thing, then if the healer catches you, they are to be praised for it. And if you die from it, well, then it's something you laugh about, like how when the main tank uses the blow kiss on Limb Lane and then dies. Like, that is something you laugh at, not something you praise. That could help, Major Clanger and Anolana. That's the thing. That is exactly the reason why I was like talking with, on Shiro, saying I have a macro to say I will use Living Dead. That even if you say it, Living Dead is one of the most complicated actions to use correctly from the healer's perspective. Like, that's the reason why they're so complicated, because the Dark Knight just goes and they know what to do. The healer doesn't. Like, this is comparable to how one of the reasons I think tank and DPS stances on tanks were removed and were simplified is because enmity management wasn't the tank's problem back then. They just do a 1-2-3 combo and then let the rest of the group figure out their enmity, which means that something that is supposed to be the tank's problem becomes a DPS and healer's problem. That's not good. Similarly, Living Dead kind of becomes the healer's problem in the same way. Kind of. And that's why it's so complicated. Indeed, it is a test of your reflexes, but hey, if you fail it, then that's that. Now, with that said, if you enjoyed me or these wonderful people that you've seen in the chat, most of them, at least many of them, are to be found on the Discord community server for the channel, which you can join. I've put a link in the chat. You will also find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is coming up on the channel in the following week. I usually update it Sunday or Monday, so you know what's coming up for the upcoming week. You can also find the announcement room where you will find whenever I post a new video, a new stream, whatever it is, it usually shows up there first. And you can also go into the role assignments room and grab the reminder role. If you do, you will get a little notification whenever I post a video, plan a stream, whatever it is. And around 15 minutes before something that is time sensitive, like a stream, you will get a little reminder that, oh, the stream is coming up very soon, so that you don't miss a second. And if you did enjoy this stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on the stream, you know, the thumbs up in the YouTube system. That tells YouTube that this was a very enjoyable stream and you would like other people to see it, and that helps me very much. So thank you so much in advance. I think that's everything. Thank you all so much for watching, and I don't know if the people that were so generous earlier are still in the chat, but thank you so much for the insane generosity with the many super chats and super stickers and membership gifts, in fact, that you gave earlier. Thank you so much. It really means so much to me. Now, good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye.